The control board is not showing an image and says connect failed.
Good morning. We're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. Before we get into everything today, we're going to, of course, have a prayer, the national anthem, and introduce our judges. But before we do that, I would like to let everyone know we are starting with senior showmanship. So the kids, when they checked in, they chose the hog that they wanted to show for showmanship. So if you are senior division and your name, I will go ahead and announce those so that you can get prepared to come up to the show ring so that you're ready. We have in our senior division class 1, Isabel Hauser, Dixie Johnston, Jesse Motes, Tristan Smith, Gavin Jennings, and Abigail Spade. Class 2 of the seniors would be on deck. That would be Aries Jennings, Max Hardesty, Benjamin Price, Austin Tennant, Josie Burke, Kristen Ritchie, Brett Bolliard, and Bryson Brown. That is your senior division. We are going to go ahead and get started. So we are going to begin with a prayer. So if everyone would please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly and Gracious Father, we thank you for such a beautiful day and an awesome, easy-flowing hog tagging and weighing. We appreciate the abundance of blessings on all of our lives. We appreciate the safety that you have placed around all of us as we navigated here with these young animals. We just ask blessings on everyone here today, good showmanship, sportsmanship, and that just that you allow all of us to be your servants and serve the people of our organization and these youth. Thank you for everything you do in all of our lives, and it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen. All right, if you'll rise for the playing of the national anthem. Thank you. And we do have some new exhibitors. So if there's any questions, please, parents, don't hesitate to reach out. We're trying to be thorough and cover everything and keep you informed of what's going on. The best thing you can do for today is get subscribed to that band app so that you know exactly what's going on all year long with our events. Now we're going to introduce our judges. We have 2 here with us today that are working together, and I'll introduce both of them, but during showmanship we only want 1 judge in the show ring so that the kids know who to concentrate on. Before I do that, the purpose for those that are new of doing senior showmanship first is, for the most part, these senior showmen have shown before. And so if you are an intermediate or a junior age hog showman, you need to come up here and come into the ring up here, get in the stands, and watch these seniors show. It's very important that you pay attention and learn from what these kids are doing. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and introduce our judges for today. We have with us Scotty Gardner. He resides in Washington, Pennsylvania, and is a graduate of Penn State University. Scotty has judged pigs in various states, including Pennsylvania, West Virginia, New York, and Ohio. Scotty showed pigs, cattle, goats, and sheep for 13 years and is a major livestock enthusiast to this day. Scotty judges livestock today because he enjoys seeing high-quality stock as well as getting the opportunity to work with the youth that are involved in the industry he grew up in. Scotty is active in helping out the what's the rest of that? Pennsylvania Club Livestock Association, our same acronym, PCLA Jackpot Circuit, and is on the PA Youth Livestock Expo Committee. Let's welcome Scotty Gardner. Also, I'm going to introduce our second judge. Logan, I need some help with your last name. Swannebeck? We have Logan Swannebeck. If you'll just stand up over there and wave. Logan is the other guy with Scotty today, and he hails from southwestern Pennsylvania and resides there also. Logan has been involved in the show stock industry for over 15 years and currently owns and operates Swannebeck Livestock, where he focuses on raising and selling high-quality end show goats. Let's welcome Logan. And we are ready for our senior showmanship. Okay. This first class, we need to Smith, Gavin Jennings, and Abigail Spade. The judge will be selecting two people, two members to come back for the final heat of the senior showmanship division. Juniors, you can come up here. There's lots of room. Juniors and intermediate hog showmen, come up here so you can watch this show. Come on, boys. Come on up here and watch. Come up in the stands and watch. Tristan Smith, you need to be in the show ring. We need Class 2 on deck. Class 2 is Aries Jennings, Max Hardesty, Benjamin Price, Austin Tennant, Josie Burke, Kristen Ritchie, Brett Bolliard, and Bryson Brown.
Well, good morning, and I'd like to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity to come out today and sort of for the most part. I'll be doing that. My counterpart Logan today. Looking forward to having the opportunity to kind of sort everything with him and getting the opportunity to step in the ring and kind of evaluate everything. He'll be doing the sheep and goats. Really a good first class of showing them move and keeping them fluid and, always being in motion, being able to see them get out and drive. I'm not his first heat as we have a second one in this senior drive. The two individuals in no particular order that can go ahead and come back are the young man on the far side of the ring with the land race hog and the young lady in the green here in front of me. Those two are going to come back after this heat for your final drive. Another young man that was close is the young man in the blue, kind of belted up. Maybe not necessarily as good in terms of eye contact as their first impression. Just want to see these things get out and move and keep them in between the judge and yourself. And let's give all those individuals a round of applause as we go to our second heat.
Being held over is Isabel Hauser and Tristan Smith. In the ring, Max Hardesty, Benjamin Price, Austin Tennant, Josie Burke, Kristen Ritchie, Brett Bolliard, and Bryson Brown. Relate to that kind of day.
Another really good class. And first, I'd like to tell everybody, please, if your pigs aren't necessarily having the best day, or maybe not going, it sounds like you're just kind of starting out today with your season, with your projects. Maybe 1 or 2 today. You got a lot of summer. You can take these things home and really get them rocking and rolling. This is a prospect show, so you got a lot of time to get them right. So don't be discouraged if today is not your day. Just take that as positive encouragement and use it as motivation, I guess, to say. Quickly for me, in no particular order, the two that will be coming back for your final drive. Young lady to the left in the green, young lady on the far side of the ring in the black. Let's give those individuals a round of applause as everybody exits the ring.
Coming back for the final heat is Josie Burke and Kristen Ritchie to stay in the ring, and we need Isabel Hauser and Tristan Smith to enter back into the ring for your final heat of your senior division. We need our intermediate division, Class 1. That is Riley Mayfield, Bryson Nice, and Wyatt Yonker.
I also would like to say it's good to see all of the young exhibitors ringside. They're all doing work, and it allows you to kind of take some notes and kind of think of what you want to do. What would you do if you were in that situation? Just kind of give you some pointers and a little bit of heads up before you get the opportunity to come out here. I think it's close, and I honestly think you could legitimately go any way in this particular drive. I think I've had everybody win it. You got a lot of time to kind of fine tune your craft and kind of work on and kind of work out the kinks and get everything rocking. I think there's one individual when you think of the entirety of the drive, both coming in, giving an extremely good first impression, having extremely good ring presence, always knowing where I'm at. I would dock you for cutting in between me and the judge. We're kind of split hairs on that point. I think there's one individual that just kind of rose to the occasion and throughout the entirety of the drive did the best job. Young lady in the green in front of you is going to go ahead and be your champion. Doing one or two little things differently could have won this particular drive. I think there's one person that kept their pig moving the best and necessarily was able to find the holes and be able to always know where I was at as well. Maybe gets a nickel too far away at times. I know we have kind of a small rating, but maybe if they stay a little bit closer in that 5 to 10 feet range, maybe wins this drive. Young man with the land race is going to go ahead and be second. For third and fourth, the young lady on the right is going to go ahead and be third. She does an exceptionally good job as well. Very good in terms of eye contact and ring presence and knowing where to get this yoke to go ahead and just grab an extra gear and drive. Showmanship is a team effort, and I know, like I said, it is early and we're still trying to get these things broke. I just need to see that one walk with a little bit more pace and kind of just get that one moving, and just green is going to go ahead and be fourth. She also does a very good job. Maybe also just needs to work her way up towards the front of the crowd ever so slightly.
Congratulations to Kristen Ritchie, your senior division champion showman. Next up in the ring, we need class to enter the ring. That is Riley Mayfield, Bryson Nice, Brody McCleary, McKinley Kidwell, Taylor Tennant, Reagan Jennings, and Wyatt Yonker. And we are getting ready to post those classes on the band app. Remember, if you see us up here, and we'll get you set up. Our shows today are being live streamed on YouTube. I'd like to share that with any of your friends and family that couldn't make it. We need our that is Buck Moreland, Brady Adams, Peyton Schaefer, Donna Cavender, John Miklos, Lane Stutler, Carter Wilt, and Kylan Goins.
Good way to start our immediate drive, and I think I'm going to kind of do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and select two in no particular order. got a couple of classes here, so then we'll go ahead and rework our top two and top 4 or 5, then they get to the final drop in no particular order. The two that are going to come back in this particular class, young lady on my right hand on the far side of the ring with the blue belted one, going to go ahead. Just these two kept their pigs under control. You had a good eye contact, always kind of knew where I was at, and kept these things at a good pace and under control as they progressed throughout the ring. Let's give everyone a round of applause as they exit the ring and we move to our next class.
Is Brody McCleary and Alyssa Friend. Once all of these hogs are out of the ring and heading back to the barn, we will have Class 2 enter the show ring. Class 2 to enter the show ring, Buck Moreland, Brady Adams, Peyton Schaefer, Donna Cavender, John Miklos, Lane Hofstutler, Carter Wilt, and Kylan Goins.
Is that everybody? One more?
You should have 8.
Brady's the scratch. We forgot to mark him off. Brady Adams is the scratch. Got him.
The junior showmanship class divisions have just been posted to the band back. We need Class 3 of the intermediate division on deck. That's Cooper Mayfield, Nathan Bernardowitz, Autumn Shoemaker, Brogan Beck, Clay Hayes, Griffin McCrovey, and Maya Lewis.
Another nice class, and we're going to kind of roll through this. I'll be the first to admit, showmanship I'm a big first impression guy. When these guys come through and assert themselves throughout the drive, but one of the most important things anytime I'm judging showmanship at a particular show is that first impression and that first look. And part of that is, whenever they come out in a type show, that's typically whenever you about showmanship. I think you need to assert yourself from the get-go and make yourself stick out. And those first 4 or 5 steps in the ring, the way that you assert yourself, I think is extremely important. In terms of showmanship, being able to drive individuals here, they kind of assert themselves to the top fairly easily for me, and we're going to go ahead and bring them back and allow them to rework. Young man with the blue pig is going to, in the middle of the ring, is going to go ahead and come back. Young man in the green kind of plaid shirt with the belted hog is going to go ahead and come back. Everyone have a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Coming back to the ring, you'll pin down here on the bottom. Carter Wills, you need to stay. Is Carter Will exited the ring. We'll have Class 3 of the intermediate division to come in. Okay, we need Class 3 intermediate to enter the show ring. Nathan Bernardowitz, Autumn Shoemaker, Brogan Beck, Clay Hayes, Griffiths. This is your class.
Another really nice class, and I think there's two individuals in this particular drive. They kind of rise to the occasion and do some of the things that we're looking for better than the others. Don't give too much away, but I think there's the two that we're going to go ahead and bring back for our final drive in no particular order. Black Hog is going to go ahead and come back. And the young man in the blue with the blue butt pig, the blue butt gill, is going to go ahead and come back as well. Really good job, just to give some pointers to some of the other individuals that maybe didn't catch your to. Like I said in the last drive, really a big first impression kind of guy. I want to see you come out, guns a-blazing, kind of be aggressive, be under control of aggression. Don't be too crazy with the whip. Maybe necessarily just don't be too whip happy, but keep the pig moving at pace. Work on eye contact. Always look at the judge in the eyes and kind of know where they are at all times, so you can work on your ring presence and just keep the pigs moving back and forth as consistently and cleanly as possible. We want too tight of turns whenever you get towards the corners of the show ring. Just a couple of pointers for the individuals that maybe didn't catch a pen, and for some of the younger kids that we're going to see today. Everyone really is doing an excellent job, and like I said, it's early in the project. Motivation to work harder and do better as the summer goes on, as you get ready for the county fair. Really, really good set of individuals. Let's give everyone a round of applause as we go into our final drive.
Coming back into the show ring, or remaining in the show ring from the third heat, is Cooper Mayfield. Class 1 is Eli Riley, Paige Bash, Garen Lawson, Samuel Peasley, Colleen Hart, Gavin Stuchel, Alexis Adkins, Branson Roth, Olivia Sisler, and Eason Atherton. The Market Hog Show classes have been posted to the banda. Up in the white building above the Cow Palace is where the concession stand is today. There's lots of hot food, breakfast options, hot drinks, coffee, hot chocolate, and a team of wonderful volunteers that are happy to greet you. So make sure that you check that out and support PCLA.
Before I go ahead and applause for all these intermediates out here. Really, really a good drive. And, you see a lot of numbers, and you never know necessarily how it's going to work out, but I'm very, very satisfied and very, very proud of how they're doing a very, very good job. Working hard and really just utilizing the ring and getting these things out and getting them driven. I think you can go a couple of different ways. I think there's one individual that whenever they came in the ring hit me extremely, extremely hard. This is the person that probably kept their pig moving the most right in front of me at the blue pig, so they had won the shot. The young lady who's going to go ahead and be second from our young man who was champion. This young lady does an absolutely incredible job in terms of eye contact. Get a little bit farther and closer to me in the particular drive whenever you get the chance. She does a very, very good job as well. I thought maybe he's the one to beat. As the drive went on, maybe he gets a little bit farther towards the outskirts of the ring. Isn't it necessary to me as you keep going? Young man in the other green shirt is going to go ahead and be next. He does a very, very good job as well. His partner's kind of quitting on him a little bit. He had as good of a first impression. Same deal as the other young man. Kind of starts getting towards the back part of the ring. Isn't necessarily as close, and maybe he kind of teeters off in terms of his eye contact along with the drive goes. Young man with the blue is going to go ahead and be next, and he does a very good job. Just so you see him be a little bit more aggressive in terms of getting the pig towards more eye contact. And the young man on the far side of the ring with the one that's fighting him is going to go ahead and be next. Showmanship is a team effort, and his partner kind of put on him. When he came out, I thought he was majorly in contention as well. Keep your head up, young man. Keep working. That pig's going to drive for you and do exceptional as you continue to work through him throughout the summer. Maybe at the county fair you win this deal. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause as they all exit the ring.
Your overall intermediate division champion is Peyton Schaefer. Reserve champion, Alyssa Friend. Third place, Nathan Bernardowitz. Fourth place, Carter Wilkes. Fifth place, Brody McCleary. Sixth place, Cooper Mayfield. And we are going to start our junior division. Paige Bash, Garen Lawson, Samuel Peasley, Colleen Hart, Gavin Stuchel, Alexis Atkins, Branson Rock, Olivia Sisler, and Eason Atherton. We will need Class 2 on deck of the junior division. That is Carter Schaefer, Brown, Sophie Uphold, Owen C., Briella Polis, and Harry Kale.
We have 5. We're good. I missed you.
Let's give all these individuals a round of applause here real quick. I don't know if anybody can read me. I typically don't have a great poker face, and I'll be honest, it caught me smiling a couple times. If this is the beginning of our younger kids, it'll be a fun showmanship drive, because some of these kids can flat out get them stuck. Don't want to give away too much, but I think there's two individuals that, kind of riding light the world on fire and getting ready to rock and roll. And this judge really commends you for that. In no particular order, the young man in the pink is going to go ahead and come back. The man in the center of the ring with the kind of broken gut pig is going to go ahead and come back as well. Give all these individuals a round of applause. Awesome.
Meeting to pin at the end of the show ring is Garen Wilson and Gavin Stuchel. They will come back at the end for the final heat. Entering the show ring is Class 2. We have Carter Schaefer, Jace McCleary, Jude Brown, Sophie Uphold, Owen C., Briella Polis, Harry. On deck, we need Class 3 of the division or the junior division. That is Cross Kisner, Aubrey Stemple, Callie Fike, Mason Castile, Julia Sisler, Ava Lewis, Brandon Mitter II, Elizabeth and Graceland McCready.
Another really nice scene. I think there's two individuals, consistent pace, and being in front of me and Nickel more. Like I said, if you aren't having necessarily the best day, don't be upset. We got a long summer and life with the belted hog is going to come back. Young lady over here with the other belted hog is going to go ahead and come back. Let's give all those other individuals a round of applause.
Way to go, Stephanie. Way to go, Carter.
Coming back out of Class 2, the junior. One more pick. All right, we need our Class 3 of our junior division. Sisler, Ava Lewis, Brandon Mitter II, Elizabella Poling, Wyatt Fike. We need Class 4, Wyatt Calhoun, Jackson Dixon, Andy Fossoletos, Sadie Rosenberger, Kenzie Thal, Kyra Friend, Shalise Kisner, and Riley Moats.
Rise to the occasion in this particular drive, in no particular order. Maybe these individuals just had a little bit, did a little bit better job coming out, gave a better first impression. Eye contact, head up, keeping the pig moving at a consistent pace that maybe some of the contemporaries. It's all up and close. Young man with those going to go ahead and come back. And the young lady over here with the kind of chromed up barrel is going to go ahead and come back as well. Really commend all the rest of these kids. Let's give all of them a round of applause.
Just ask her when she comes out. Did she get picked? Okay. Who got picked? I missed it.
Remaining out of Class 3 is Audrey Stemple
And Wyatt Fight?
and Wyatt Fight. We have a few more to get out of the ring now.
Okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I got credit. There's no more pens.
See the last class? Is this the next class? Yeah, that's what I mean. Is he in the next class?
Jimmy, can someone go up there and box them kids in with a board or something?
Still another class.
There's two more.
Can you kind of move around? We'll wait till the next class.
Okay, entering the show ring, we need Class 4. Wyatt Calhoun, Jackson Dixon, Andy Fossoletos, Kenzie Thal, Kyra Friend.
You got it.
This is your class. Logan LaRue, Abel Ondo, Holden Jenkins, JJ Uphold, and Bristol Riley.
Our pig under control a little bit better. Always know where I'm at. Use exceptionally good eye contact in comparison to their contemporaries. No particular order. The young lady in the pink on my right with the belted hog is going to go ahead and come back. Give a round of applause.
The little one on there. Well, the little one going? Which one? Girl in the pink. This one right here. So that's
Coming back out of Class 4 is Sadie Rosenberger and Jackson Dixon. Sadie and Jackson, you need to pay attention to the ring hands so that you know where you need to put your hog. Okay, we have our hogs penned and we're ready for our final class of the junior division. We need Class 5 to enter Logan LaRue, Abel Ondo, Holden Jenkins, JJ.
give all these young kids a round of applause in this particular drive. Assuming these are the youngest kids of the day, and I really just commend everybody. You're giving everybody an opportunity to exhibit their pigs as well, and it's still competitive at the end of the day. We still pick a winner and loser. That's what I like to see. It teaches life lessons as you progress through life when you're done with this showing thing. I really commend that, but most importantly, I love to see just how enthused and how excited every single kid is out here to have an opportunity to go ahead and show your pig. Everyone's having a really good time, and we're going to go ahead and keep for our final drive. In no particular order, the young man right in front of me with the orange polite is going to go ahead and come back, and the young lady with the kind of narrow belted pig. I'm going to give all these young kids a round of applause.
We will need Cooper Welch and Quinn Jennings to remain in the ring, so try to take your hog down to that end of the show ring while we get the rest of them out of the ring. As soon as we can unpin the hogs that are in the final heat. We're ready. Are Garen Lawson, Gavin Stuchel, Carter Schaefer, Sophie Uphold, Aubrey Stemple, Wyatt Fike, Jackson Dixon, Sadie Rosenberger, Quinn Jennings, and Cooper Welch. Let 5 leave and then place the final 5 for overall junior showman. Congratulations to all of you for making it this far. It's a lot of junior exhibitors. This is intense for junior showmanship.
Let's give all these individuals that we went and penned a round of applause. I think I heard the comment made that the junior showmanship deal was intense, and you're not lying. Like, I'm probably having as much fun as I've had. They are, how good they drive their pigs, and this is day one. You know, you've got a long summer. Everybody's just going to continue to get better. I think all of these individuals that didn't make it are splitting hairs close. and I think you just got to make a tough couple calls. I wish everyone could make it into the top 5, but unfortunately, that's not how this is where I'm at all times. I don't want to take anything away from these 5. I think you guys are rock stars. I think just showmanship's a team effort.
As soon as we get these hogs, these 5 out of the show ring, your top 5 that will be competing for your overall junior showmanship award will be guaranteed uphold.
Let's put our hands together and give these kids a round of applause. Awesome junior show, and this kind of makes my spine tingle a little bit. It makes the hair stand on the back of your neck when you see these kids at this age that maybe necessarily probably can't even drive yet, I'm assuming, but they can drive hogs all day. That really is the way they do. I'd be scared if I was showing this particular division. I think I might get smoked if I had a pig out here. Really exceptional set of kids. I think you can go any different way. I think there's one individual that is just honestly just looks like is my speed. This individual is very controlled in terms of their aggression. They're very anticipatory. They always know where I'm at all times. They have extremely good eye contact. I had absolutely the best first impression coming out of the gate as anybody did. They're always by themselves, just like they are. Kind of switched in my head a couple of times. Young man in the center of the ring here with the all black pig is going to go ahead and be second. And you know what? Maybe he isn't as good in terms of his eye contact as the young man that wins. But the way that young man gets that pig to get out and drive consistently at a very good pace, he's always keeps the pig in between himself and the judge. And he always that pig never starts and stops in third. And I think I had these two look off them. He's the young man in third. A little bit too inconsistent in terms of keeping the pig in consistent movement. His eye contact, I would say, is probably a nickel better than the young man that's in second, but just doesn't get the pig out and drive consistently at all times. Maybe gets a nickel farther away from me than the entire time, and she does that, but it's kind of deceiving because she can flat get a pig out here and get it stuck. She gets that thing moving and does an exceptional job of always knowing where I'm at and doing good in terms of her eye contact. Maybe of the class and in the rain a little bit too much. That we'd like to see, just need to see her force her way and fight in through the muck of things a little bit more. And the young lady in the paisley pink is going to go ahead and be fifth. Her partner kind of quoted her a little bit towards the end. I thought in the heat she did an exceptional. Always keeping that big and consistent movement, showing me all the angles. Just her partner kind of quoted her in this particular final drive. Let's give all those young kids a round of applause.
That concludes our junior showmanship show. First place overall showman goes to Karen Wilson. Second place, Jackson Dixon is your reserve champ. Fourth place, Sophie Uphold. Fifth place, Sadie Rosenberger. Let's have another round of applause for these junior showmen. A 5-minute intermission, and then we're going to roll right into our marking classes. Our class 1 that needs to be on deck will be Lane Hostetler, Logan LaRue, Shalise Kisner, Riley Moat, Peyton Schaefer, Reagan Jennings, Olivia. You need to be on deck. 5-minute intermission. We need Class 1 to enter the show ring. We have Lane Hostetler, Logan LaRue, Shalise Kisner, Riley Moat, Peyton Schaefer, Reagan Jennings, Olivia Sisler, and Bryce Lewis, Cooper Mayfield, Jude Brown, Cross Kisner, Kristen Ritchie, Garen Lawson, Ava Lewis, Bryson Brown, Abel Ondo, and Owen C.
And you never know if it's on purpose or it's not. No, I just think it is. Because I haven't. There's not a. We forgot the gate that goes across here again.
This first class, a round of applause. I think there's a fair logical class winner in this particular class in the young man. That's one whenever you step up from the side. That one's got some show ring presence. That's one extremely elevated, extremely good looking from the side. That one's got the muscle shape that we like. You know, maybe ever so slightly we'd like to up that one in terms of its front end and slightly, but a very logical place to go ahead and start in this particular class. Young man's blue butt gilt is going to go ahead and be second. And this is the one where if you take a step back and you look at this one from the side, this is the one that runs uphill, and maybe this one gets a little bit too frail for me as this one comes and goes. We need to open that one up in terms of its chest and make it walk and nickel better. And it gets a lot closer in terms of that top pair. Really on its back is going to go ahead and be third. And one that this one, you absolutely love this one in terms of skin and hair and presentation and in terms of just softness overall feature. This one runs downhill and just gets a nickel straighter in terms of the way this one moves about its shoulder blade. On the left side here is going to go ahead and be fourth. And if you want to talk about one that's just kind of rugged and hairy and dense and I'd like to just pretty that one up and make that one look better about its front end and just, open it up and it's not up any higher. And we're going to finish out for the top five with the young ladies and drive off of its back to a nickel better. Really, really good class. The young individuals that were in fifth or sixth, seventh, and eighth, just things that we need to, push those upper ones in that first class. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause.
This one right here, is it this one coming here? That's nice.
First place is Peyton Schaefer. Second place, Bryson Nice. And you two will overall. Third place is Olivia Chrysler. Fourth place, Riley Rose. Fifth place is Ryan Jones. Congratulations to everyone in Class 1.
If that works for you guys, I'll try and keep the top five out and talk.
I need to go that way.
First and second should play the part. You're having an all-class show.
You can probably just keep it.
Peyton Schaefer and Bryson Nice, you will remain on deck for the overall final drive. We need Class 2 to enter the show. Maya Lewis, Cooper Mayfield, Jude Brown, Cross Kisner, Kristen Ritchie, Garen Lawson, Ava Rowan C. To enter the show ring. Wyatt Yonker, Austin Tennant, Kenzie Thal, Josie Burke, and Aries Jennings.
another really good class. I think we got a top pair up here. I think you've got some give and take, and I think you kind of have to get your priorities set straight here early on and kind of decide what you're going to do throughout the day. I'll be the first one in. I'm a feet and legs type of guy. I like to see them with some look, able to handle their hip and hind leg extremely well. I think there's one that just kind of puts all the pieces together and balances the best. You know, maybe this one isn't the absolute bold of its chest as it comes directly at you, but I think when you combine all of the positives, you step back and has a very good hip and hind leg. Young man in the pink's going to go ahead and start this particular class. This one I'd like to open up in its chest ever so slightly. As we continue on and this one continues to mature, I'd like to see this one just give a little bit of one, just plants and drives and a super athletic. For me, that's the one I like best in this particular class. Take nothing away from the young lady in green here that's going to go ahead and be second. You step back from this one, and this is the one that has more shape. This one has more bone. This one has the extras to it. This one, just the way this one functions in terms of its overall package. This one is a little bit straighter in terms of the way it plans to elevate that one at the point of the shoulder ever so slightly to make that one just level out in terms of its back and plant and reach and drive and be third. And this belted pig is one that just kind of a meat and potatoes type pig. Maybe doesn't necessarily have a ton of extra for its back and make it look more like a show pig out here. But I commend that young man for bringing that one out here. Young man with the blue hog is going to go ahead and be fourth. And another one, just need to see that one add some extras. I'd like to reconstruct that one in terms of just open up in terms of its chest ever so slightly. But one that you absolutely love just in terms of look from the side and center portion of both ends of its skeleton. Just would like to see that one just not be so straight the way it moves. Love that one in terms of back shape and spread up high. That one has a little bit of spread down low. Just need to see that one be a little bit more athletic. 6 through 10 their place. Just things that we need to just in that top duo there. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause.
First place, Darren Lawson. Second place, Owen C. Fourth place, Bryson Brown. And fifth place, Jude Brown. Congratulations. We need Class 3 to enter the ring. Max Hardesty, Kylan Boynes, Harry Kale, Dixie Johnston, Carter Hall, Josie Burke, and Aries Jennings. We will need Class 4 on deck. Brogan Feck, Griffin McCroby, Eli Riley, Sophie Uphold, Quinn Jennings, Taylor Tennant, Brandon Mitter II. I'd like to remind everyone that we have concessions up in the white building up above the counter. As we conclude the Market Hawk Show today, there's a wheelbarrow, or if you didn't bring one, we need to find one, brought up here in the Cow Palace and dumped in the dump trailer. So very important that you clean up after your hogs. Also, today, if you are here watching as a PCLA junior member, you can sign out and earn merit points if you watch the entire hog show. Hog exhibitors, you must have participated in both showmanship and the Market Hog Show for this to count as your eagle. Do not leave until you have cleaned up your pen and then signed out on the sign-out sheets. At the conclusion of the hog show, the hog sign-out sheet will be put out. I will not allow anyone to sign out before the conclusion of the hog show. And if you do not sign out, then this does not count for you. So please make certain that you sign out at the conclusion.
Another good class, and I think kind of one that's a little bit harder to piece together. There's not necessarily one that just comes out and has to win and win for fun. I think you got to get your priorities straight and just kind of decide what you want to do throughout the rest of the day. Maybe your 10th place pig wins the class. I'm not going to argue with you too much. I think there's a lot of spread on this particular drive. Young lady in the black in front of me is going to go ahead and win this particular class. I think this one just combines the most positive of the other ones. When you step back, this one runs uphill and is good looking. It's got some shape up, harder body. Maybe you want to soften that one up and soften the center portion of its cavity. Just give it more body overall. But that's the soundest. That's the best looking one. That's the one that gets out here and utilizes its hind leg the best out of any of them. That's going to be our class winner. Young lady in the red is going to go ahead and be second. And I think this one resembles our class winner in terms of that look from the side, in terms of one that runs uphill, one that's very elevated. Love that one in terms of its head and neck and skull. In this particular class, I think that one just pushes our class winner and just runs best in terms of type and kind of best. Belted hog is going to go ahead and be third. One of those things that you just step off and maybe doesn't blow you away with anything as it drives directly. I actually would like to open that one up and turn straight, but I think that one just kind of follows and lands in that 3-hole relatively logically. Red hog, the Duroc, is going to go ahead and be fourth. One that you absolutely love is in terms of just boldness of chest and in terms of soundness of feature and just being big and big-legged and rugged. This one from its hip becomes disappointing. Need to fix that one off its rear too and give that one a shot just of athleticism to move that one up any higher, and that one might win this particular class. I think it becomes close between a couple. We need to get a little bit more muscle, a little bit more shape too. We'd like to see that one open up as it drives directly towards you, but love that one in terms of look from the side. Things on down the line, I tried to talk to everybody individually. Maybe need a nickel of bone, maybe need like this one right here that's going to go ahead and be 6, just need a big leg. Just need a couple things that could be, maybe shoot them up pretty quickly in this particular class if you fix. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause to go to our next class.
First place goes to Josie Burke. Second place, Aries Jennings. You ladies will both need to pin your hogs. Third place, Carter Schaefer. Fourth place, Harry Kale. Fifth place, Wyatt Yonker. Congratulations to our Class 3 participants. McCroby, Eli Riley, Sophie Uphold, Quinn Jennings for the second, Wyatt Fike, and Graceland McCroby. Oates, Samuel Peasley, Julia Sisler, Abigail Spade, Bristol Riley, Tristan Smith, Isabel Hauser, and Donna Cavender. That are helping get balls to and from the showroom. Instead of pinning the bottom 5 out of the class as he cuts the kids, we're just going to go ahead and send them out. Once he talks to them, that bottom 5 can go back to the barn.
Hey James, you need to keep up with him then and got him back out.
Very logical class. Sandy colored calico pig that goes across the center of the ring. One that's absolutely incredibly good looking from the side and runs uphill, and you love how that one's constructed about its head and neck. This one's extremely long about its hip, but when this one gets out and plants and drives, it's very athletic, very logical place to go ahead and start this particular class. Young lady's kind of broken belt black one is going to go ahead and do second this skill. And I don't be the first minute. We need to stouten this one up in terms of its feature, but if you want to talk about one that's extremely elevated and extremely good looking and very kind of follows our class winner in terms of type and kind of the best, dig that one pretty well. Young man's kind of speckled pig here is going to go ahead and be third. And I absolutely love the front 2/3 of this pig. One that's got some shape and got some look and got some density. This one's got shape or spread up high. We need to match that spread up high with some spread down low. This one closes up at its knee ever so slightly as it comes away. Need to level that one on its hip and get it to just balance out in terms of its back and level out to reach and plant and drive and nickel better as well. But another one that kind of falls logically in that third hole. Young lady with the shaggy kind of speckled up one is going to go ahead and be third. And this one, this pigtail's changed a lot since I've been showing these things with all this hair. It looks really, really good. And that one, I commend that young lady. That one, get that one to melt off a nickel. This one's just a nickel too hard and just gets out and kind of rolls ever so nickel too jammed up for me as well. But one that you love that shape, you love that hair, you love that body and rib. Just need to make that one balance out and crispen that one up ever so slightly. Young man in fifth, one I kind of talked to him. We need to level this one out in terms of just need to make that one drive and plant and be more of an athlete out here. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause.
First place, Brogan Beck. Second, Sophie Uphold, class 5. We need Jesse Moats, Samuel Peasley, Julia Sisler, Abigail Spade, Bristol Riley, Kristen Smith, Isabel Hauser, Donna Cavender.
There's too many takes in the one in each pin.
If you need some more help, thank you.
I don't know. I was back there. Hey, pour down.
Pour down.
Pour down.
Down a little bit in the parking lot to that stop sign down there before the V where they, so here shortly you can go ahead and start getting those market lands moved through the inspection process.
Another really nice class, and it's a fairly logical one. Wide belted hog is going to go ahead and win this particular class. One that you absolutely love just in terms of look from the side. This barrel just runs uphill and is extremely athletic about the way he plants and uses that hip and hind leg. Absolutely love that one in terms of his form and how he ties into his head and neck, and he almost runs up. He's still look like he's running uphill. Maybe this one closes up to his knee ever so slightly, but got a long way to go for that one. Really commend that young man for bringing that particular thing to his head. That old blue one is going to go ahead and be next. I'll be the first man. I'd like to see in terms of just freshness and back shape and just giving that show peg roll. Extremely bold and extremely good about the center portion of his body. Love that one in terms of the side is. He's elevate that one at the point of the shoulder ever so slightly. He can tie into his head and neck. A nickel level. But another one that wants to just take it off in terms of just his presence and the power and strength of that. Really good that one as well. This thing over here, this is all kind of to do with it. He's going to go ahead and be third. This is a rugged, just kind of PC and just a stout to tie into. I'd like to make him better about his mug. He's kind of ugly about his head and neck. And I'd just like to blend a little bit better there. That much muscle and all those extras. Someone else can really dig into that one. If you get that one fed correctly, and that could be a really fun project down the road. Commend that young man for bringing that one. Just not my time today for this particular judge. I think it becomes close to later with the blue one here to go ahead and be next. This one just got more just true dimension and just shape and spread up high. I'd like to see this one plant ever so slightly nickel better as it goes away. But this one just has the added just density and center portion of body and ruggedness and just muscle in comparison to our young lady who's going to go ahead and be fit. This is the one, if you step back, it is a better look from the side. Just need to see that one just put in the center portion of its body and give it a nickel more shape and just ruggedness. Can move that one up pretty quick. Really, really good class. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause.
First place, Tristan Smith. Second place, Donna Cavender. Jesse Moats. Fourth place, Abigail Spade. Fifth place, Isabel Hauser. Congratulations. Class 6, you can enter the show ring. We have Wyatt Calhoun, Meatloaf, and Autumn Shoemaker. And probably 20 breakfast sandwiches. So if you're wanting breakfast, they're going to be transitioning here soon on the top.
Get a little bit more muscle shape.
Why they're all bunched up.
Red thing.
I learned that in ag class. That was a while ago.
Another tough kind of class to sort, not necessarily because anything's not good. I just think we have a lot of pigs with different pieces and it doesn't necessarily line up the way you necessarily want. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it just makes it a little bit more challenging for a judge in their mind as you're kind of evaluating how you want to do it. We're trying to stay consistent. We're trying to pick the best ones in each particular class. And this particular break them all down kind of rises into the one we're going to elect to use. The young lady's all black hog in the center of the ring is going to go ahead and win this particular class. The first one that I would like to scout this one in terms of its feature, in terms of just look from the side, in terms of pliability, in terms of its hip and hind leg and how it reaches and plants and drops. That one's got some shape, that one's fresh, that one runs uphill and is going to be a pretty logical place in my mind to start this particular class. The one I struggled a little with was the young man with the more rugged, the bigger legged, stouter skull pig in this particular class. This one we just got some problems. We need to fill that one in terms of of its hip bone junction. You can see that one plant and drive ever so slightly. You know, this one is extended about its head, but we need to fix its mug. It's a nickel shorter about its skull and head. Just need to make that one a little bit prettier. But that's a pretty nice one that I think kind of watch my legs in second. Young man, white pig is going to go ahead and be third. This one actually rivals the type of time of our champion of this class the most. This one is extremely elevated, extremely good looking, and long from the side. This one runs downhill and just kind of doesn't necessarily grab an extra, take a longer stride and get back within itself. Kind of, as you can see, as it goes there, reaches and drives and plants outside of its skeleton as it goes away. But I think that one, in terms of just look from the side, elevation, freshness of back, is one that, you know, rivals our class winner in this particular drive. The last two bigs here, I think, we can kind of more genuine body shape and muscle, and it's just bigger legged and it just looks better from the side than the one that's going to go ahead and be fifth. Maybe this one runs downhill and we like to elevate the point of the shoulder ever so slightly. The advantage that one has in terms of, in comparison to the hog that goes fifth, that one's longer about its hip and plants its hip and hind leg better. This one we need to make more athletic about its rear too. Maybe give it a shot of muscle, shot of bone, but I absolutely love that one in terms of look from the side. That one's neat neck and good looking up front. Just need to fix that one in a place or two to move it up.
Place, Autumn Shoemaker. Second place, Clay Hayes. You guys will need to be pinned. Third place to all of these Class 6 participants.
The next three classes have 6, 5, and 4. Yeah, this is class 7. Yep.
All right, Class 7, you can enter the show ring. We have Carter Wilt, Alexis Atkins, Andy Fossaletos, Gavin Stuchel, Briella Polis, Brett Bolliard, and Kyra Friend. Class 8, please be on deck. Aubrey Semple, Sadie. Jackson Dixon, you need to have your market hog on deck. I would just like to take a moment and recognize some individuals. I think you all can agree that this Market Hog Show is running very smooth. It's been for the hogs and the kids alike. And so a round of applause for our barn help that's handling these hogs. For those of you who got raised hogs, you know how, and you know, some of these kids are just getting these hogs pretty quick, and so it's just helping to make this process just streamlined. And, you know, 4 years ago, we didn't have a small animal preview show. The kids weighed and tagged and went home. And so any opportunity that these kids can get to show and present these animals is helping them to be the best that they can be and learn about these projects. Rippling effect at our main dance at the Buckley Festival, these kids working these animals just a little bit more. So congratulations to the families for helping to make this process extra special for these young exhibitors.
Pretty awesome class winner. foot and bone. This one get out, so here it is athletic. When this one drops directly out you, love to see how bold that one is in its chest and kind of blows you away there. Maybe if you want to pick on this one, I'd like to see a little bit more spread down low to match how, in terms of the center portion of his body, to match that shape up high. A very, very logical place to go ahead and start this particular class. Young man in the kind of paisley shirt is going to go ahead and be next. And one that just rivals our last winner in terms of just head and neck and skull and how that one just runs uphill. This one gets a nickel drier about the center portion of his body. Maybe need to freshen up over top of his ribs ever so slightly. Maybe need to make this one a nickel elevate and bounce and let off a little bit and let it balance a little bit better. And that one will be pretty gnarly later on. Young man's Duroc is going to go ahead and be next. And I'm not the biggest Duroc guy ever, but I like this Duroc right here. This one's got some foot and bone, and this one's exceptionally good. Directly away, this one's extremely sound. Maybe this one closes up at its knee ever so slightly. We'd like to see that one bust open. Maybe elevate that one at the point of the shoulder to get it to run uphill a little bit better. But if you can get that one fluffed up and get that one some center portion of the body, that one could be pretty nice as we continue on. Young lady's Berkshire Hog is going to go ahead and be next, and that's one that I absolutely love just in terms of just balance and look from the side. This one doesn't blow you away. It doesn't necessarily have any holes. I'd like to see this one sharpened up in terms of its back shape ever so slightly. Make it more look like a show hog as it drives directly at you, busting open in his chest ever so slightly. But one that just, you absolutely love just in terms of balance and just kind of being fault-free, and nothing too messed up about it. But like that one a good bit. Young lady's elbow just runs up, looks pretty good. We'd like to see that one just be fresher in terms of the way that one is presented and how that one is in the center portion of his body and his rib. I'd like to see that one open up and it's chewed out low with the straight spread that it has up high. That one can be pretty nice later on as well. Let's give all those individuals a round of applause as they get back to the ring.
First place, Alexis Atkins. Second place, fifth place, Tyra Friend. Let's hear it for Class 7 of our Market Hall participants. Our next three are our final classes before the final drive. They're not, it is a little bit of a brief break and we can get the show ring and everything prepped for the Market Lamb Show. We need Class 8 to enter the ring. Aubrey Stemple, Sadie Rosenberger, Holden Jenkins, Elizabella Poling, Callie Fike, and Jackson Dixon. We need Class 9 on deck. Nathan Bernardo McCleary, Jace McCleary, and Mason Castillo.
As we start to move in these upper weights, I think the pigs just kind of sort themselves pretty easily, and I kind of had them in my head how I thought they were going to go when they came in the ring, and it really hasn't changed too much. Young man to my left with the all-black gilt over here is going to go ahead and win this. Just love in terms of his foot and bone and feature, and just how this one plants and drives, and just really gets out here and goes. Really a logical place to go ahead and start this particular class. Young lady's blue pig is going to go ahead and be presented. That one is, we need to stouten that one up in terms of feature ever so slightly. But we love how that one's head and neck ties into its shoulder. We need to make that one just plant and drive and nickel better as it goes away to go ahead and move up any higher. The other black hog is going to go ahead and be next in this particular class. And you talk about one that's ultra as it plants and goes, but one that you really dig just in terms of that, just big legs and good looking. Just need to make that one. Next pig we're going to go ahead and use is the young lady's calico. That's going to go ahead and be fourth. And one, not necessarily a crazy looking one by any means, but just it's a little bit drier in terms of the center portion of its body. We'd like to see that one plant and drive with a little bit inside in terms of head and neck and skull, though, as that one goes. Really nice one to go ahead in that four hole. The other blue one on the far, you need to see that one just kind of open up ever so slightly a little bit better as it plants and goes. And the young lady's black hog on the far is going to be next. This one just rolls ever so slightly too bad in terms of its front end. I need to see that one just push back in its shoulder blade as it gets a nickel too far forward. Love that one in terms of shape and just density in terms of how that one plants and goes. Really nice class.
First place, Sadie Rosenberger. Fifth place, Elizabella Poling. And sixth place, Aubrey. Congratulations to our Class 8 participants. Tidwell, Brody McCleary, Jason McCleary, and Mason Castile to enter the show. Needs to be Alyssa Friend, Colleen Hart, Buck Moreland, and Paige Bash. We need all of our first and
another class as we wind down really logically for me. Young men's Blue Hog is going to go ahead and win this particular class, and this is the athlete of this particular class. This one gets out and plants and drives and utilizes hip and hind leg the best. This one balances extremely well from the side in terms of its bone work that matches a bit cooler fronted ever so slightly. But that, to me, that's the show pig. That's the one that's got the most futuristic look and the best look today. That one's going to get with this particular class. Young man with the all black with the kind of white sock is going to go ahead and be next. And this is the pig when you step off. Is the one that runs uphill and is better looking about his head and neck and skull. This one just comes in too much of a condensed package for me. This one's a nickel too moderate towards the ground. We need to see this one get out and plant and drive and be more athletic about its hip and hind. Just make that one bigger framed overall, and that one probably wins this class and wins for fun. Just a little bit too moderate, too jammed up for this particular judge. Muscle shape, and this one comes at you with a good knee. This one just gets maybe gets a nickel too far forward in its shoulder blade. Maybe the look, it doesn't necessarily run uphill and look as good as a couple of the other ones, but kind of a logical third place. Young man's belted one closer to me is going to go ahead and be third. Another one that you take a step back and you love how good looking this one is from the side. We need to just add some extra this one up. Love this one in terms of hip and hind leg and how this one plants and drives. Just not enough extra there to move up. Going to go ahead and be next. Really rugged, really jammed up kind of a pig about how it utilizes hip and hind leg. Love that one's in terms of body and rib and just center and proportionality and how much it's got to it. We need to make that pretty that.
first place, Brody McCleary. Second place, Nathan Bernardowitz. Please pin both of those hogs. Third place, Mason, number 9 participants. We need class 10 to enter the show ring. This is our last class before the final drive. Class 10 is Alyssa Friend, Colleen Hart, Buck Moreland, and Paige Bash.
Run down there and just yell that. Sorry, I was
You want this one that I've already written down?
No, it's okay.
Place participants to return to the show ring. So I will call for first place participants from all classes 1 through 10, and second place hogs need to be on standby.
Not going to take the class winner, the young lady in the center of the ring with the kind of belted pig. This one's got some look. This one's got some presence. Absolutely love this one in terms of head and neck and skull, and it's very freshly presented and got a lot of muscle. Utilizes hip and hind leg well. I like to open that one up ever so slightly and bust it open as it drives directly at you. But a very, very logical place to go ahead and start this particular class. The young man's kind of wide belted hog is going to go ahead and be next. And this skull, stopping this feature. This one just gets a nickel too long. You just grab it in the back shape and look from the side. This one we got to lengthen about its hip and allow it to use its hip and hind leg a little bit better. Gets a nickel straight off of either end for me, but one that kind of falls logically
Go ahead and
third.
go pin.
Young lady's Berkshire hog is going to go ahead and be fourth. This one's kind of a meat and potatoes. Obviously, you love this one in terms of the center portion of the body. This one's rib. This one's boldness. This one's density. and make this a longer amount of tip to utilize that hip and high leg, nipple lever. But a really, really nice class to go right off and finish your hog show. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
This is definitely 1 and 2. Buck was 2.
First place goes to Paige Bass. Second place goes to Buck Morgan. First and second needs to remain. Third place, Colleen Hart. Fourth place, Alyssa Friend. At this time, once all the homes are out of the way, we need all of our first place participants to return to the show ring. I'm going to call your name. You need to come into the show ring. Tag number 249. Class 3, Josie Burke, tag 106. Jordan Beck out of Class 4 with tag number 166. Tristan Smith, tag out of Class 5. Class 6, Autumn Shoemaker, tag number 187 out of Class 6. Alexis Atkins, tag number 184. Class 8. Class 9, Brody McCleary, tag number 275, tag number 155. We need all first place to return to the show ring. Richie, Aries Jennings, Sophie Uphold, Donna Cavender, Clay Hayes, Benjamin Price, Callie Fight, Nathan Bernardowitz, and Buck Moreland. Please be on standby.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Daddy.
At the conclusion of the hog show, we will start weighing and tagging the market lambs. You can go ahead and get through the West Virginia process and be on standby for weighing and tagging to start immediately following the hog show.
Let's give all these kids out here a round of applause in their final drive. You know, you never know what you're going to get to see whenever you get the call to come out to judge the hog show. I'll be the first to admit I'm very, very pleased with this final drive set that we got out here. Not just because the pigs are good, but also because your young people did exceptional. You know, apparently it is very early on in the project, and these things are going to change. And you know, like I said in the showmanship field, don't necessarily, if you didn't do as good as you did today. The ones I'm going to use, I just look at here towards the end. This is just one guy's opinion on one day. I'd like to first off by thanking the crew for having me out here. They got my name and they allowed me to. A buddy of mine, Logan Swannebeck, with me, who you guys are going to love for the sheep and goats. So I think it's pretty awesome to get the opportunity to step in the same ring and get to sort livestock with one of your best friends. So I commend them for allowing me to do that. And I hope you guys aren't going to be disappointed, because I think he's going to do probably a better job than I did today. You'll really like him. But it's just cool to get the opportunity to sort. Take a moment to really thank your parents if you get the opportunity. You know, this is the beginning of the project, and you guys are going to have a long time throughout the rest of the summer, and you're probably going to butt heads a little bit throughout the summer. Just take a moment to say thank you for giving me up back to being 18 again, because I wish I could step back in the ring. That's why I keep judging these shows, because I absolutely love this industry. Love getting the opportunity for kids to get out and be able to exhibit their animals. And you know, you never see 4-H or FFA or these kids, you know, livestock kids ever in prison. This is an organization that raises young people and allows you to mature into mature adults, and it teaches you the value of life and getting to raise a project from start to finish. So really, really just appreciate the opportunity that the crew gives you to have this show and be able to do that with your animals. And please, like I said, take a moment to thank your parents for giving you the opportunity to do that, because not everyone gets as lucky as all of us out here, so they should all be commended for that. Close pair in my particular mind. I'm going to go get you a champion, and then we'll drop in the second and give them a chance for reserve. There's just one out here that I think when he came into class, just ultra good looking and just really show you which one that is right here. I'm gonna set the mic down and I'm gonna get you a champion.
Grand champion Marmite Cavender to come back to the show ring. She was the second place from his class. The rest of the second place hogs can return to the barn. I need to remind everybody, all hog exhibitors, that your pins must be cleaned out wherever you were stalling up. Even the fairgrounds, if you were stalling in the trailer and you made a mess out there, you leave this place better than what we found it. And the barn chairs, they'll pay attention. If you didn't clean that up, we'll talk about that. We'll have to have a good hard talk about that. So clean up after your messes. And make sure after your mess is cleaned up, you come up here to sign out at the conclusion of this show. If you don't sign out, it doesn't count.
I think that champion was awfully nice. I do think there was one that maybe you want to flip a coin and, maybe half the barn would go the other way. And honestly, if you'd shown them tomorrow, it'd be completely different. I'd say they're completely right, too. I had somebody short a top 5 and the next top 5 be completely different the next day. There's another one that pushed our champion awfully hard out here. Maybe this one just doesn't come at you well enough at its knee in comparison to the champion. But I think this one's got some extras. This one's got some lope. This one runs uphill and is extreme.
Your reserve champion, Market Hog, goes to Darren Lawson. This concludes our Market Hog show. Again, clean up after your picks and also make sure to sign out. If you don't sign out, then you just hung out with us for the day and we really appreciate you. We do need our champion in reserve to kind of hang back and get a picture up here in front of the backdrop. So make sure that we get our...
There's a setup with flowers.
Hogs being loaded out. We need to be as fluid as possible with weighing and chairs for a very easy and non-eventful. It's a wonderful show and it takes a lot of work to make these things happen. Courteous of everybody that's trying to load out and also get weighed in for their shows. Exhibitor, but you watch the hog show. You can sign out for merit points, and I'll show you where to do that up here on the back of the hog sign out sheets.
Yes. Probably up here close to the concession stand on the upper end of the cow palace. Just drive on through and go up toward some of those bronze buildings.
We do have another vendor here. Eddie's Shade Ice will be set up here soon. They're a great big yellow trailer that'll be up on the other side of the concession stand. So anybody, please clean up after yourselves and make sure to keep the fire lane behind the buildings. Oh, there's an emergency. The fire trucks have to get out.
Take it down. It's stored in a different place enough. Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know where did those come from?
Oh, well, so you still had yours.
But ask your brother. I think those get stored someplace different. Go someplace different, I think. Hey, Miss Stone. That big red.
Let the gate probably should have left those, but
Okay, well, we can bring two of them back out. That you want to set back up? Probably. But we can. Like,
I've been working the sign out, so.
This is your last call for signing out from the hog show. If you participated and if you show another species and you watched the hog show and you want to get merit points, it's your last.
They did.
okay, thank you. Not right here.
All right, all kids, right there. Leave in line and sign that.
Karen, what do you show? Hold on, Karen. Oh, it's right here. We're blind. We're all blind. We're all blind. He just found it.
That ain't Vanessa. This is steers.
This is your last call. If you are a market lamb exhibitor and you have not been through the check for the West Virginia Department of Ag, you need to do so. And you also need to be in or have not weighed your lambs and tagged them in. You need to be in line. They're starting to line up so that we can get our classes done and start with the lamb show here shortly. This is your last call for market lamb exhibitors to be tagged and weighed. 5-minute warning. We will need our start in 5 minutes. The senior and intermediate classes have been posted, and the junior division will be posted.
There was a lot left. I mean, you were out of the sun. Well, perfect.
I was gonna say I can do something too because I just gotta ask this. Give those to Jill. Here's junior. We're starting with senior. Yep. You have
Senior, intermediate, and
she give junior.
one senior, one intermediate,
Yes.
3 junior.
Okay, thank you, Samantha, for the clarification. That's an extra. Now stay here.
Would you not be on the junior championship
Huh?
list? Or my son the junior list
What's he on?
for championship?
But what's he listed on?
I just junior. Okay, I just saw this. I was like, oh.
Yeah,
This one- this
he's
one's
right
pretty
here. He's
sure.
the first class of junior.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Mom, this is 4-H. Is this 4-H?
You got a broken arm and I'm crazy.
Hold up. How can I say a lamb one of 8? Like these
The junior division showmanship has been posted to the West Virginia Department of Ag Health Inspection. You need to do so. This is the last call to make your way to the scales to be weighed and tagged. We have Mr. Logan Swanovic here from southwestern Pennsylvania. That's where he also. Logan has been involved in the show stock industry for over 15 years and currently owns and operates Swanovic Livestock, where he focuses on raising and selling high-end show goats. Let's have a welcome. We don't have a big crowd. Let's welcome Logan Swanovic. All right, we're going to go ahead and kick off. We will need our senior division on deck. Our senior division lamb showmanship, our first class of seniors,
and our only class of seniors
is Emily Schillingberg, Isabel Hauser, Colson Mako, Ava Bishop, Brooklyn Castile, Elizabeth Witt, and Carolee Foltz.
Sarah.
Yes. Okay. She has a softball game. So, what do you want to do about this stuff? Are you guys going to come back? No, because then we go to Fairmont for basketball. I mean, if somebody can tear it down and send it with, like, Kelly Welch will be here till the end. She lives by me. Or you can just take it. What? I said, or you can just take it. It all fits nicely in that box, except for I leave the sand here and she just does not.
Who do we have? Ava? All right, we need Emily Schillingberg, Colson Mako, and Carolee Foltz to report to the back of the show ring. We will need our intermediate. The intermediate is Chloe Kelly, Landon Uphold, Cameron Hayes, Payson Varner, Colt. If you come into the south side of the Cow Palace and circle around to the back, everybody has gathered. That's when everybody will enter.
I would call for your interview. And if the actual type classes are small like that, like I would have one on deck at all times, and then probably two like on call at all times. It's not going to take me long to. Do we have everybody? I'll have you go around these ways and things. A little bit more than halfway, and just stop facing you.
Intermediate division, you do need to be on deck. We will be getting with our seats.
Elizabeth and Colson.
Elizabeth Witt and Colson Mango, please report to the back side of the show ring.
A decent amount of space for me.
For the intermediate division, we are waiting on the senior division to Witt. Intermediate division, please be on deck. That's Chloe Kelly, Landon Uphold, Cameron Hayes, Payson Varner, Colton Lamble. We have Isabel Hauser, Colson Mango, Ava Bishop, Brooklyn Castile, Elizabeth Witt, and Carolee Pope. This is our only class in our senior division of lamb showmanship. appropriate that our juniors, the senior and intermediate, show their lambs.
Good afternoon, everybody. State and sorts of livestock. Actually, unfortunately, this is my first show this year. Typically, I get out on the road and judge quite a few of these. Now, having more of my own stock, I get to get out and sort as many, as to be honest, as I'd like to. But great start to the day with our senior showmanship division here. The young lady in the pink, really quite an easy winner for me, in this particular drive. She comes out, she does everything right. Look at her body positioning and posture probably is the biggest thing for me. That she's always square at the ground, he's always driving uphill, she's never out of place, she knows where I'm at. If you're watching, you show like that, you'll win your particular division. I think not only for this class she's good, I think she goes into higher competition, jackpot shows, and bigger shows down the road, and I think she stays at the top end of her showmanship class as well. Young lady coming out in second again does a really nice job. I think it's a little bit, really wants to dance around on you too much. That's the thing. When you get that thing stopped, it's as good as anything. Unfortunately, sometimes he gets a little antsy, he gets a little tight in his spine, makes him come up in his back. He wants to throw a leg around it every now and again as well. But again, I think consistency is the biggest thing, but she's got the parts and pieces down right. Again, young man, when you get this thing stuck here as anybody in the class, unfortunately, you were the third slowest today. I'm not always the one to dance around on you a little bit too much today. I think as the summer goes on, again, this may be the first show that he's been out to a little bit quicker, a little bit crisper. As we're going down the line, the young lady that's coming out next, again, really the same type of problems. That she didn't want to get him a lead for you and kind of get out there and prance quite as well as the three in front of you. Again, when you get him stuck, I think it's good. She wanted to dance around, maybe not lead quite as well as what I would like to see coming right out of the gate. Honestly, it's similar issues between both of you. I don't think there's really a big quality difference between the both of you. I think it's mostly body fat. Both of yourselves around the front end of those sheep. We got to get more push and more drive out of those things to make them run uphill, make it look like their neck comes out of their shoulder blade, right? But again, I think parts and pieces are right about what you're doing in terms of keeping them square. We just need to fix how we brace those sheep, how we align our bodies around the front end. But nice class of senior showmanship.
Our overall senior division lamb showman is Brooklyn Castile. Second place, Isabel Hauser. Third, Colson Manco. Fourth, Elizabeth Witt. Fifth, Ava Vick. In the show ring now, we need our intermediate division. We have Cameron Hayes, Payson Varner, Colton Blamble, Levi Dietz, Kylie Richards, Veda Walsh. Kylie Richards, we need you in the show ring. Oh, wait. I think this is your class. Okay. We need our junior division, class 1 on deck. Eli Johnson, Madison Dumeier, Silas Springer, Kenny Koger, Claire Foley, Kylie Frankhauser, Haley Roy, Caitlin Kelly, and Harper Wilt. Johnson, Madison Dumeyer, Silas Ringer, Kennedy Koger, Claire Foley, Kylie Frankhauser, Haley Roy, Caitlin Kelly, and Harper Wilt.
Class in our intermediates again. I think similar to our senior division, she comes out here and kind of wins this pretty handily in my opinion. Again, she commands her attention when she comes in the ring. She's got great eye contact. She's got the right type of intensity for me. I think really what separates 1 and 2. Again, the top, I'm not going to talk too much basics. Obviously, all these kids keep these sheep's feet square. They've got them things driving for the most part right. Again, I think it's intensity. I think again, it's probably pressure point is the biggest thing for me. She gets a little bit lower pressure on this sheep. She gets a little bit, again, I think the small things, you both are very equal. I think you did a little bit more consistent job getting that sheep to run uphill, keeping a level top. And again, not a lot of critiques, a really nice job doing this particular class. I think, again, the one coming out in 2, when this sheep isn't over driving for you, you're right here, where I am in relation to you and the sheep. Again, even right here from this angle, that sheep's over driving ever so slightly. That angles are a little bit weaker, and we're going to do our best to show that out. Again, make a little bit less pressure. You're right there with the young lady in front. The one coming out in 3, honestly, the exact opposite problem with the young lady in 2. We don't get enough drive out of the sheep. Again, feet and legs are perfectly square. I love your body positioning in the front of that sheep. You look comfortable. You look confident. Again, right here, you get this look just off to the side of the sheep. He's a little bit lazy right now. Again, to get that sheep to drive uphill and extend through his front and third. Again, that's a little lower fronted sheep, a little bit more in through the neck. Gives that sheep a little bit longer appearing front end. But again, solid job with the basics. Just a little bit of those extras that would bump you up a little bit further. Honestly, same type of thing for the young man that's coming out next. We need a little bit more drive out of that sheep. I'd like to drop your pressure just a little bit lower. Use your knee rather than your thigh. Get into the breastplate of that sheep, excuse me. Again, I think that gets more drive out of that sheep. I think that's a notch slower and get that sheep square. Again, maybe just a little bit too lackadaisical for my style. I'd like you to be a little bit, your movement just a little bit more authoritative to move up any further. But again, basics, done a really nice job. Young lady coming out next, again, I think you've done a nice job. I know at times it is uncomfortable to show these sheep, especially if you're a little bit taller, but the more comfortable we can make ourselves look, again, the less awkward it tends to be. The 2 young people that round out our class, again, same type of issues. To be honest with me, I'm a little bit tougher on my shoulder. At this age range, I think we fix a couple of things like the young person just in front of you. Just take a little bit more pressure, a little bit more control. I think you know what's going on. Those couple of changes, I think, bump you up a few spots. But really nice intermediate class there. Let's congratulate all those young people.
4th, Landon Uphold. 5th, Levi Deeds. 6th, Veda Walsh. 7th, Colton Blandel. And 8th, Chloe Kelly. Entering the ring now, we have our junior division class 1. Eli Johnson, Madison Dumeyer, Harper Wilt. We need class 2 on deck. Scarlett Hayes, Carson Belanger, Bentley Dalton, Izetta Fearbauer, Maylee Hayes, Olivia Kelly, Patty Koger, and Addison Rodeheater. 2, please be on deck. I'm going to announce the Carson Belanger, Aubrey Stemple, Bentley Dalton, Azetta Bierbauer, Maylee Hayes, Olivia Kelly,
again, we're dropping down a little bit in age. I really don't think we've dropped in quality at all. I don't know if we're doing a good job or not, but if we do, I think it's going to be really close. I think that you guys are juniors, correct? Juniors or intermediates. Consistency that wins this particular drive. And again, it doesn't take a lot of time to be consistent. You only get so much time the time we walk into the ring. And I think intensity was spot on. You know the best draw of getting pressure out of the sheep. He's the one who runs uphill, your body positioning in this particular class.
We have 3 classes in the seat. How many do you want to keep from each class to bring back for the class? Well, we only had 1 class of seniors, 1 class of intermediate. We have 3 classes of juniors. So how many do you want to keep out of each? 2 out of each class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't. My second again, fantastic job. I think again, if she wanted more, again, what I prefer over you over the young lady in third, we get her out to the front end of those sheep. I like how you stepped off to the side of that and really showcased that you. But again, I think other than that, very similar between the both of you. Just not quite as consistent, quite as quick as the young lady that wins this particular drive. But the really nice ones to go ahead and lead the class off with. The one coming out next again does a really nice job again. I think it's for me consistency. I'd like to change your body positioning. I'd like to wrap you around the front end of that sheet. I'd like to get your pressure point, good eye contact. I think we're there. I just think there's those little intangibles of getting you around the right position in that sheet, getting a little more push out of them that will push you up. To be totally honest again, I ditched the halter. You didn't use that halter the entire class. You didn't need it. Don't use that thing from the very start. You're good enough. You don't need that thing. But again, a really nice job. He's splayed out and kind of standing parallel like you are. Get it right around in front of him. Put that sheet square between your legs. It'll be a lot easier to get the race out of those 2 things. I think between the 2, you again were just a little bit more concise, a little quicker, getting that sheet square. Unfortunately, your U-lane there just danced around on you a little bit more. Wrapping around the front of those sheets, getting more pressure out of them, will move you up higher in the class, or as the summer goes on. And again, same thing for the 2 young people that round out the class. A really nice shot. The sheets set up. We're getting good eye contact. We just again got to get more push out of the race into you. I think you guys can get those sheets in the race. We go up higher class. But again, a nice heated showman there. Let's give them a round of applause.
We will bring back Haley Roy. We need class 2 to enter the ring. Starla Hayes, Carson Belanger, Aubrey Stemple, Bentley Dalton, Azetta Bierbauer, Maylee Hayes, Olivia Kelly, Patty Cover, and we need Class 3 on deck. Jenny Peasley, Sadie Funk, Brady Dietz, Ryan Halen Gibson, Delilah Ringer, Hunter Swanson, and Brantley Ames.
That's your fire. Wait a second, there's a 10th one that just came in. The 10th one that just came in. So who's in there?
So these are the same age as the last division. They just look younger for some reason. Okay.
keep the comments a little bit brief, just considering we're taking teaching. I wasn't unaware of that. Obviously, are 1 and 2 in this particular class. Again, in no specific order, but these are the 2 we're going to bring back again. I think we talked about the intangibles and having that intensity, knowing where I am in relation to where they are in that sheep, getting that pressure point right, getting drive out of those sheep, keeping those sheep square. Again, as before, and try to go up a step in quality. So both of those PCLAs will be coming back and doing a nice job. We'll reevaluate that. This crew is not going to get to move on, so we will talk about them just a little bit more. I think you do a lot of things right here, lady. I think the biggest thing for you, again, you know what I mean, it's probably hard to do a split for that long in the ring. Honestly, that reads from a judge's perspective as well. If it hurts for you, if it's uncomfortable for you, it looks like you're uncomfortable. So again, if you work on your body position, stage you up a little bit, you'll be more comfortable, you look more natural around that sheep. But again, you notice when you do get her to push, you're just as good as the 2 in front of you. I think we need to change. You do it differently, but I would like to tweak your body position. You wrap you around the front of that, or just way off to the side. As you can see, the young lady in the front there is squared up with that sheep. It's literally right in between her and anybody in the class. I think we just need to tweak those couple of things. As we move on down the line here, again, this is a ULAM and a show that I think deserves comment, because when you do get this one stuck, again, I literally think you could have been easily in the top 2 in this particular drive. Way too much. To be honest with you, I'm glad I paid close attention. A couple of times you were dancing around so much, I almost pulled you too early. I mean, almost back. But again, once you get them stuck, you're perfect. Again, we're early on in the show season. Don't get discouraged. Keep working with that. You into the class. She was just too finicky with you. You've done a fantastic job. But again, we have to make a call at some point. Again, same thing. I think we need. He does a fantastic job. He just wanted to dance around on you too much today. And the 3 that we run that class again, I think I'd like to pick up that intensity just a little bit. Have a little bit more fierceness in your eye. A little bit more get up and go, if you will, when you come out into the ring. Show me that you want to win the class. I think if we do that, you maybe move up to that stuff. But again,
We have Maylee Hayes and Hunter Swanson. In our class 3, Jenny Peasley, Sadie Funk, Brady Dietz, Malin Dixon for the ring.
Plug in the rest of
We need Haley Roy, Kennedy Cover, Maylee Hayes, Hunter Swanson on deck. We have a correction to class 2. Our second place was Addison Rodeheaver, and she will be coming back to the final drive. So we will Kennedy Coger, Maylee Hayes, and Addison Rodeheaver on deck. We do apologize, the kids, the numbers aren't on our sheets, so we made a mistake. We're sorry about that.
This is another heat, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the last heat.
Another really nice heat of intermediate showman here. Obviously, the top two, young man in the blue and then the young lady in the blue plaid will come back for our overall intermediate. So again, we won't talk too much about it again. They're heats, but right now, to be totally honest, this is my least favorite part about judging any show is when we get really low in the age brackets. What becomes important becomes different to me. I mean, are we coming out here and having a good time? Is really the biggest thing. I mean, yes, we can get critical on 9-year-olds or 10-year-olds. Let's get the basics down. Let's do the best to get those sheep square. They've got good control. That's really the most important thing when we're talking these younger age ranges. So both of those two will move on to discuss it. He'll become more tame with you and he'll do a lot better. You know what to do in terms of in the class as well. Same thing can be said for the next two young people. I really think it's just breaks out of those two sheep. Really what separates you two from this young lady in front. Again, we need to wrap around the front end of those sheep. I mean, these sheep way more than you guys. So I know how hard it is to grab a hold. Keeping their feet square, we just need a little bit more pride. And the same thing can be said for the two young ladies coming out next year. Again, no particular order down here. Again, we just need a little bit more push out of those sheep. We've got a really nice class of intermediates there. Let's congratulate all those young kids.
Coming back out of Class 3, we have Brady Dietz and Hunter Swanson. You two can stay in the show ring. Hunter and Brady stay in. We need out of Class 1 to come back into the show ring. We need Haley Roy and Kennedy. You will have 6 in your final drive. This is for your overall junior division showman. And Izetta Bierbauer. We will also need Class 2 on deck. That's Aubrey Stemple. Class 2 on deck for the market show.
Okay, so you guys, there is not that much age. There is one for me that's a pretty easy winner. Okay, you just talk about consistency, getting the sheep stuck, getting them grow time. I think that's the biggest thing. Truthfully, again, there's a lot of obviously different maturity rates and patterns with the kid and the sheep. To hit this particular point, I thought there was more range than there is. Again, if you're just a little bit bigger, a little bit taller, a little bit stronger, sheep. Versus again, if you're 60 pounds showing 120 pound sheep, it certainly makes a difference. So we try to put all that aside, and again, because the age is so tight, we won't put that really into consideration. Again, leaving all the hoopla, there's one that comes out and wins pretty easy for me, keeping that sheep square, keeping him dry, gives you a bad look. I do think he gets quite a bit closer for reserve. I think there's two two that are in contention. I think if you could go either way, I wouldn't argue with you that much. There's one that's maybe a little bit smoother on the move. There's one that I prefer on the stick. It keeps the top line gathered up a little bit better in that sheep. Maybe just a nickel square, and it keeps that sheep's head and neck in relation to his shoulder blade. So again, I think it's give and take for reserve. I think Rand's pretty clear cut. But with that being said, another tremendous group here. Let's congratulate them all. I'll go show you the two that I like best.
Your junior champion showman goes to Haley Roy. Reserve champion goes to Maylee Hayes. Congratulations. And you'll need to get a picture with our champions.
Do that now.
Market lamb classes for our show. As soon as we get a couple. If you were a showmanship champion, senior, intermediate, or junior, you need to report to the backdrop to get your picture taken with the judge. Our market goat showmanship and market goat classes have been posted to the band.
I'm ready to roll then. Sorry about that. I was all sorts of confused.
Entering the show ring, we need class 1 of the market lamb show. That is Colton Blamble, Ava Bishop, and Isetta Beerbauer. On deck, we need class 2 Stemple, Aubrey Stemple, Eli Johnson, Maylee Gibson, Delilah Ringer, and Silas Ringer. We need class 3 market lambs to report to the back staging area. That's Kylie Frankhauser, Jenny Peasley, Bentley Dalton, and Kennedy Koger.
Just 3.
Here. I mean, to be honest, when's the county fair? I think September time frame. All 3 of these sheep, just being completely frank, are absolutely tiny right now. You guys have your work cut out in front of you. These things all need to be hammered with feed from tonight when you get home until they get to the county fair in September. So There's a long road ahead. To be honest, it's really hard to read any sheep that are this green. I will break them down for you and tell you why I like them the way I do. The sheep that wins the class, again, we're basically just reading a lot of fat or muscle on any of these three sheep. And I think you got the best built one. I think you study that one on the ground. That one's the squarest in its hog. We study up high from there. That one's the most robust and the widest in terms of her pin set. You study her up from there. She's probably the one that's got the biggest one right now. The most forward of any of these three sheep. Again, a little light on muscle, a lot light on condition right now. I think that's the best built one. I think that one is the one that reads to be the stoutest to me long term. Sheep that coming out in second, I wouldn't deny if you like the profile of this sheep better than the one that wins the class. I think this one's maybe just a nickel leveler in its tail set. Again, for me, that one's a little narrower in her rib cage, a little tighter in its pin set than the one that wins this particular class. But again, one that you appreciate got more center body and a shallower chest floor, than the sheep that rounds out the class. Again, unfortunately, for green sheep, you have the greenest one, the least amount of condition, the least amount of muscle. We got to put fat, we got to put muscle on that sheep as we go out through the future. But again, three nice sheep here to start our day in the market show. Let's congratulate them for nice class sheep.
First place, Izetta Bierbauer. Second place, Ava Bishop. Third place, Colton Glamble. We will need Izetta and Ava to be on deck to come back in for the overall champion. Entering the ring, we need Aubrey Stemple, Eli Johnson, Malin Dixon, Delilah Ringer, and Silas Ringer. Class 3, you are on deck. Kylie Frankhauser, Jenny Peasley, Bentley Dalton, and Kennedy Koger. Class 4, please make your way to the staging area. Carolee Foltz, Chloe Kelly, Carson Belanger, Isabel Hauser, Caitlin Kelly, and Sadie Funk.
Much more intriguing one here to start off our second class. This Smoky Limb wins this particular drive and wins so pretty easily in my mind. Again, this is the first one that we really seen today that really kind of has that show sheep look to it. This is the one that's the shallowest in terms of her chest floor. She offers the one again that we've handled today that's got genuine mass and muscle. She's the one that's the crispest and the most firm and appropriate in terms of her loin edge. She's got the most pin width and pin spread of any of the sheep we've seen today. We can talk about some extra. She does have the big fuzzy feet and legs, which we appreciate, as well as the ears. That one ties together well. You gotta drive. One coming out next, you just study this one from the side. You like a lot of things about the sheep. That one's tall shouldered, that one's skinny neck, that one's level across the top line. For me, she's lacking a lot of muscle in comparison to our class winner. That one needs to be stouter in her hip, stouter in her stifle, more robust in her rib cage. Good pattern, good design. I think that one, as that one gets fat in the future, she gets a lot better. She doesn't have quite the punch and the power that class winning sheep has. Nice too to start off our class with. Yeah, level in the top line, that one's soft unit flank and shallow in the chest for her flank and her chest, excuse me. Again, she's the narrowest in terms of her pin set of any of the top three. She's the lightest in terms of muscle of any of the top three. That one's stouter, wider, she goes up higher. One coming out next certainly has the power. That one's got a bigger cage and a bigger loin. For me, we call it part skeleton. You get off to the side of the sheep, that one's got the biggest dip in his back, that one's the most steep in terms of his hooks and his pins in relation to his power. We need to make it prettier, longer, leveler. The one that rounds out our class again has some advantages in terms of look from the side of me, and that sheep's just not near stout enough. That one needs to be wider, that one needs to have more muscle. It's a good looking sheep, just not a power sheep. We need a shot more power for a market show on down the line for the county fair. But again, a nice
First place, Aubrey Stemple. Second place, Eli Johnson. You guys need to stay on deck. You'll come back in later. Third place, Delilah Ringer. Fourth place, Malin Gibson. Fifth place, Tyler Springer. Entering the Raiders Class 3, we have Kylie Frankhauser and Kennedy Koger. Class 4, you need to be on deck. Carolee Fultz, Chloe Kelly, Carson Belanger, Isabel Funk. Class 5, please make your way to the staging area. Landon Uphold, Brantley Ames, Patty Koger, Payson Varner, Madison Dumeyer, Scarlett Hayes, Olivia Kelly, and Maylee Hayes.
We're still missing one.
Bentley Dalton, please report to the show ring.
Yep.
We currently have Class 3 in the show ring. We are waiting on Bentley Dalton. Class 4, you need to be on deck. Carolee Fultz, Chloe Kelly, Carson Belanger, Isabel Hauser, Caitlin Kelly, and Sadie Funk. Class 5, please make your way to the staging area. Miss McCleary is going to come back here and check off your name if you are on deck to make sure you are in line. This is your class.
Another nice class here, And again, I think one that steps out, two steps in, you know this one needs to win this particular drive. And just in terms of show sheep, certainly a good way. We're still talking really skinny sheep. She is by no means finished and spread when you get over the top side of the skeleton. The highest handling quality of any of the sheep in this particular drive by quite some margin. Again, she's the heaviest muscle, she's the biggest cage, she's the most show ready. That's the one that wins this particular class and does so fairly handily in my opinion. Again, if you strictly want to power out sheep and all we want is power, this one doesn't stand where he is. For me, we're looking for September deadline. We're looking way later on in the year. You study the sheep in terms of just skeletal quality and design. The shallowest chested, that one's the most level, in terms of his hooks to his pins and then his tail set. Now again, why is he second versus first? And I'm saying if power doesn't matter, it does matter. And it matters enough to me that I don't know that sheep. And I think as we get further on into the year and as we get into late fall, September time frame, that sheep sneaks up on you, he powers up, he gets some fat on the skeleton. That one's built right, he's just not quite powerful enough to beat that ewe lamb today. The one coming out next, he does have that added advantage in terms of power. He's every day of the week. Unfortunately for me, again, these sheep are light on pounds. They should be light on condition. This sheep is, again, given his frame size, that's something you're probably going to have to watch and manage all year long. That's a smaller frame sheep. They tend to lay on fat a lot quicker. We need to make sure we keep that thing trimmed throughout the summer. Again, that one's a little bit wrinkly, not quite as fresh in terms of his hide as the two sheep in front of him. Again, that one's got the muscle. That one's just a little bit too much for me in terms of condition at this stage of the game. Is a little bit too moderate in terms of his framework. That is a nice power sheep. And the one that rounds out the class, his tall shoulder, unfortunately, too narrow in his pin, and her pin set, too dry in her belly, too flat in the rib. We need to blow that one apart, make it just a little bit stouter to go up any higher. But nice class there. Let's congratulate all of them.
Class 3 winners, we have Kennedy Toger in first. Needs to stay pinned to come back later. In third place, we have Bentley Dalton. Fourth place, Kylie Frankhauser. Entering the ring, class 4, we need Carolee Foltz, Chloe Kelly, Carson Belanger, Isabel Hauser, Caitlin Kelly, and Sadie Funk. Class 5 needs to be on deck. Landon Uphold, Brantley Ames, Patty Koger, Payson Varner, Madison Dumeyer, Starlyn Hayes, Olivia Kelly, and Maylee Hayes. Class 6, you need to come to the staging area. That is Harper Wilt, Hunter Swanson, Brady Deese, Cameron Hayes, Beta Walsh, Haley Roy, Addison Rodeheaver, Levi Deese, and Colson Manko.
Your market sheep again. This is the one class maybe that I ran into today. It wasn't one that necessarily pops out to me. If I has to win this particular class, truthfully, I had each one of these top 3 sheep to win this class at any particular time. I think they all have parts and pieces that fit well. I also all think they have pretty big holes where they need to be fixed. What do I think is the best about this ewe that wins this particular class? I think she does the most good with the least big flaws, in my opinion. That one's good enough in her rib cage. She's got a really big old rack. She's good enough in her loin. To me, what separates 1 and 2, she is significantly better in her legs. She's square in her knees. She's more square and secure in terms of her hop, as opposed to what I have here in a second. Where do I not like this ewe lamb so much? That one can be quite a bit shallower in her chest. She can be a lot cleaner in her breastplate. She can be a lot better right here in terms of her hip loin junction. Surprisingly better here, shallower in her chest. This one makes her class for fun. Again, those are 2 problems. I think as she gets fatter, she gets better in her hip loin. We're just going to have to, again, manage how fat that sheep gets, because the fatter I get, sloppier they get in terms of the front end. So, again, I think that one puts the most coming out next. That one has more show sheep look, 100%. He's shallower in his chest floor. Maybe enough better in terms of her hip loin than the sheep that wins this particular class. What I can't get around is that one's too steep from his hooks to his pins. That one's not secure enough in his hop. When that one over-braces, you can see how he almost inverts that hop. He's got almost no set. He's way too straight for me. We need to get that one more flexibility from the side. We need to get that one square and more within his skeleton from behind. To me, I'm a big skeleton guy. You cannot beat skeleton as they get older. Unfortunately, typically leg problems just get worse as they get older. Not saying that he's not going to hold together, and if he does, I think you got the better sheep at the end of the day. Unfortunately for me, I'm a skeleton guy. He's not good enough on those hind two. That's still a really nice show sheep. The one coming out next, really good looking sheep from the side. Skeletally, again, that one's got a significantly better hind leg than the sheep in front of him. I just don't know if I read this sheep to ever get stopped. He is by far the flattest in terms of his forehead and heart girth. You compare 2 sheep in front of him, again, he's the one that has the least amount of expressive muscle shape when you get over the top of that one with your hand. If that sheep gets big enough rib, if that sheep has enough handle, enough honest with you, if you don't think that makes a difference in how you're going to place, it absolutely does. We have to be able to get these sheep stuck good enough for a judge to get an evaluation on them. To be honest, with the better look, I think this sheep maybe sneaks up a couple of places. Maybe that's a bad judge. Maybe that's not being able to get a good look. Look from the side again. We need to pick that one up on his tail head. We need to trim that one up. Honestly, in his body condition for as big frame as he is right now, he needs to be a little bit slimmer for me. But again, to be honest, we need in comparison to the rest to get up any higher. You can't look at him. You can't place any higher. Sheep coming out next, you appreciate that. I'm talking to market show. She needs to be bigger in her stifle. She needs to be more expressive and square out of the backside of the blade. Good built sheep, easy feeding sheep, not quite enough power. Same thing for the other man that rounds out the class. More of a breeding sheep type of look to these deals. More so is that aggressive. It'll produce well for those kids, just not quite market type sheep. But another really nice class. Let's congratulate all of them.
First place, Carolee Foltz. Second place, Isabel Hauser. You need to stay 10 to come back in. Third place, Caitlin Kelly. Fourth place, Chloe Kelly. Sixth place, Carson Belanger. Class 5, you need to enter the show ring. Landon Uphold, Payson Varner, Madison Dumeyer, Scarlett Hayes, Olivia Kelly, Maylee Hayes. Class 6, you need to be on deck. Harper Wilt, Hunter Swanson, Brady Dietz, Cameron Hayes, Veda Walsh, Haley Roy, Addison Rodeheaver, Levi Colson Mango. Class 7 is your final class. You need to be making your way to the staging area. Brooklyn Castile, London Castile, and Elizabeth Witt. At the conclusion of the Market Lamb show, you do need to clean up after your animals. If you have them penned, you do need to clean that up. If you are out in the field and you have shavings and hay, you need to clean that up. There is a dump trailer you have. Also, any garbage, please make sure it's disposed of properly. Once you've cleaned up after yourself, you are permitted to come and sign out if you're a Market Lamb exhibitor. If you exhibit goats, hogs, or steers, and you watch the Market Lamb show, merit points for doing so.
go probably 4 deep in this class, and a lot of the different classes, these sheep, again, 1 through 4 win. They're a little bit different. There's definitely some give and take. In particular, in these top 2, I think it is really pretty close between both of them. The sheep that wins this particular class, I think he has more intriguing, I'm going to put air quotes, big time pieces to it. He's the one that's shorter and neater in terms of his shoulder blade. He's shallower in terms of his chest corner in relation to the apex of his shoulder blade. I think truthfully, between that and his square, when you study him right back here in terms of his pin width, and again, when I'm talking shoulder blade, he's shorter bladed here, he's shallower from right up here to right down here, the sheep that's in second. Now, what do I like about the sheep in second over the sheep in first? Right now, that one's fresh. If we don't fix that problem going down the road, and we're talking finished market setting, I'd probably use this sheep in second. Prospect market show, I think this one has bigger pieces that at the end of the day have more potential to be a big time sheep than the 1 and 2. Again, I think if we fix his hide, we get him just a little bit more hydration, a little bit muscle texture. He wins this class for fun, but I do think it's really close between the 2. Again, he's pretty decent in his chest score. I do though think that it's obviously the difference is a little longer, plainer bladed, a little deep set. That one handles with a much fresher hide, a much fresher texture to his muscle. He's just missing those little intangibles to go ahead and win. Just ran into kind of a horse at the beginning of that class. Again, either of these 2 sheep I think win a lot of the classes previous. Now, if you just want to look at one that's really athletic built one, it's this blue sheep. A lot of guys look at this one and tie into him. For me, where I question him is just is he going to get a big enough rib cage? Is he going to smooth up and lay fat right here in his hip joint junction? For me, it's just too iffy. If that sheep was just a little bit wider, had just scopes more muscle, I think that one gets in the conversation with the top 2. Unfortunately, he's by far the flattest rib, and he's the most restricted in his hip joint. He's a good built, good looking one. Who knows if he's going to get enough power? That's why, for me, he's third in this particular class. But again, really nice top trio. Again, like I mentioned, it goes 4 deep in this class, or maybe even a little bit deeper. This ewe-lamb's are really solid. For me, she misses some show time, show sheep. Study her from the side, she needs to be a little bit neater looking through her front 1/3. She needs to be a little bit longer, skinnier neck. She needs to be a little bit shorter or a little bit more where her shoulder blade is in relation to her chest. I think if we neaten her up to her front 1/3, we give her a jet front end, I think she moves up a little bit further. Unfortunately, she's the plainest kind of in her muscle shape and texture in comparison to the ones in front of her. That's still a really solid ewe lamb to sit before it just ran into a really good class. Good build, good. Next, again, build quality runs the deepest for sure in this particular drive. You study him from the side, he's sporty, he's athletic. His neck is really long, it's really skinny. Unfortunately, it is a little bit too far on his shoulder blade for me. I'd like to bring his neck back on his shoulder blade just a little bit more to make that ideal. Again, that one probably just needs a shot more power. He needs a little bit wider in terms of his pin spread. Just have a shot more stifle to go up any higher. Maybe they're just not the show sheep of this entire show. Are they sound, fundamental, good sheep that'll put feet on, hang on the rail well? Absolutely. They're missing some of the show, whether it be that really tall front end, that long skinny neck, that extra shot of power. These sheep don't have it. They on feed well, they feed easy, with little structural issues. They just don't have those ESPs, kind of those show sheep intangibles. But a nice class there, let's congratulate them.
First place, Maylee Hayes. Second place, Payson Varner. Third place, Starlet Hayes. Fourth place, Landon Uphold. Fifth place, Heidi Coger. Sixth place, Olivia Kelly. Seventh place, Madison Dumeyer. Eighth place, Brantley Ames. Next up, we need Class 6 to enter the ring. Harper Wilt, Hunter Swanson, Brady Walsh, Haley Roy, Addison Rodeheaver, Levi Dietz, Colson Manko. Class 7, you need to be on deck. Brooklyn Castile, London Castile, and Elizabeth Witt. After Class 7, that concludes the market classes. We will need our first place and second place for each class to be on deck. First place will come back in at the conclusion of Class 7. That is Isetta Bierbauer, Aubrey Stemple, Kennedy Coger, Carolee Foltz, Maylee Hayes.
again, a really nice set of sheep here. Honestly, the consistency has been a lot better as we've gotten higher in the weight range of the sheep. I do think as we work down the line in this particular class, that does tend to become an issue, especially when you start looking on down the road into a September county fair time frame. I don't know the destination of all these sheep, but considering they just got tagged in for the county fair today, it's probably safe to assume that's where they're headed at the end point. In particular, when we get these bigger sheep, I think all three of these are very appropriate where we're at this stage of the game. That's why they're standing up where they are. Moderation on fat and cover throughout the summer is of utmost importance for any of these bigger sheep. But drill down into this particular class. Again, we talk consistency from top to bottom. Consistency in one particular sheep is why this one wins this particular class. Which one has the most good with the least big problems? That's why we land on winning this particular class. Again, I think if you're looking the whole package, he does it for me. That one's uphill in terms of his shoulder junction the best of any of the three of the sheep in the class. To be totally honest, he carries his top line the best out of all three. He's the one that's the levelest across his top line. He pitches the least in his hip point junction. He's probably the highest handling quality in terms of just edge to his muscle and shape and texture when you get your hands on him. Again, I think he puts a lot of good pieces together. Now, where does he get beat out? Maybe the sheep behind him, the two sheep behind him. Maybe he's not quite as soggy and deep in terms of the lower portion of his stifle as comparison to the two sheep below him here. But again, the least big holes, the most good, that one wins this particular class. I love a lot of things about the blue sheep that comes in two. You study this one from his last rib, shallowest chested, the neatest in terms of his breastplate. He's the longest neck, he's the coolest shoulder blade. We get back from there, that's where I run into issues. I think his rear leg's perfectly fine. I think his pin spread is perfectly fine. Again, it's right in his hip one junction. How he ties the center portion of his of his spine right into his hip is where I run into a little issues. He wants to break there a little bit in the back portion of his spine. He wants to be a little bit more restricted in his hip joint. He wants to fall off from his hip bones there to his tail head ever so slightly. If we could raise that one's tail head a half an inch, fill him in a half inch on either side of his hip joint junction, that's one of the better sheep. Unfortunately, again, those are really hard problems to fix for me. I'm a skeleton guy. Let's start there first. He's got a lot of good pieces. Those are the only two that I don't love. Really hard to feed and fix those problems. That's still a stellar, athletic, good-looking, good-built sheep, and you've done a good job feeding. Again, another guy on a different day. That one wins this particular class. One coming out next. Again, that one's a little bit too lackadaisical in terms of his spine for me. We need to make him more secure and more level. In particular, when we get him on the move, that one wants to become a little lazy in his spine. Really what separates the two of you, that sheep in front of you has got a much more attractive front end. Your sheep's got a much longer shoulder blade and a much deeper chest floor than the blue sheep that's in front of him. But again, in terms of an overall package, that's a good-looking, good-built sheep, and he just missed some of those kind of wow factor pieces to beat the one in front of him. But again, that one's good in a lot of areas. That's a really nice sheep that wins a lot of good. A heck of a nice new limb that comes out next. To be totally honest, again, this is one that's harder to get a look at. That sheep wants to drop her front end for this comparison-wise between the two. It's really hard to get that sheep to drive uphill. I think with a little better stick, that one maybe moves up a couple of spots. That one is shallow. That one's got a big rib cage and a good heel. Unfortunately, she is the weakest in terms of her pasture and her rear leg of any of the ones in this particular drive, And again, when that one does in terms of her front end and the lowest at the precipice of her shoulder blade in comparison to the ones in front of her. Sheep coming out next, rugged, stout, really comes out next here in this class. Again, this one just needs a little bit more look. He needs to be a little taller shoulder, a little longer neck. He's more of your bodybuilder type sheep. He needs a little bit more of that track runner type build. You know what I mean? He needs to be a little longer, a little lankier. He's got that power lifter type build where he's really stout and chunky. Not that that's a bad, it's not quite my style. He needs to be a little bit prettier, more athletic for me. Sheep coming out next. Again, it's a nice one, maybe not the easiest one to get a look at. He's not wrapped up. Head job is the ones in front of him. Again, makes him read like he's a little bit staler today in comparison to having these sheep really youthful at this stage of the game is really important. I think that's where he falls behind. He reads to me to have a little bit too much maturity, a little bit too much condition across his body ball, across his rib cage right now. I think we trim that one back, make him a little bit neater in his shoulder blade, his front end, a little bit of height of shoulder. Unfortunately for me, he doesn't have quite the power that sheep or the sheep that are in front of him do have. He needs to be a little bit bigger pin. He's got to have a little bit more bump to go a bit higher. And honestly, same thing can be said for the two sheep that found out the class. Again, easy feeding, incredibly crazy build maybe that the sheep in front of them do. But a couple nice ones around out the class, good class in general. So let's show them that we carry them around the class.
Class 6, first place, Bailey Roy. Third place, Colson Mango. Fourth place, Hunter Swanson. Fifth place, Addison Rodeheaver. Sixth place, Levi Dietz. Seventh place, Harper Wilt. Eighth place, Veda Walsh. Ninth place, Brady Dietz. The ring, Brooklyn Castile, London Castile, and Elizabeth Witt. We also need all of our first place. Remember, at the conclusion of the Market Land Show, after you have cleaned up all of your shavings, manure, and garbage, you will be permitted to sign out at the back of the podium. You will be finished for the day. You must sign out to get credit. And if you watch the shows today as a market steer, goat, or hog exhibitor, you can sign out to receive merit points. We need Izetta Bierbauer, Aubrey Semple, Kennedy Koger, Carolee Holtz, Maylin Hayes, Cameron Hayes on deck. Also, at the conclusion of the Grand Champion Drive, we will need all of our reserve and Grand Champion winners, along with our showmanship winners, at the backdrop to get pictures with the judge. Please remember, we still have plenty of concessions up in the white building, and there's also shaved ice out there. A nice, light, refreshing treat on this beautiful day.
Apologize for taking a little bit extra time. time on this particular class, but you got to take time where time is needed. I don't want to give away any secrets for later on. That's why I took time on this particular class. These two look a lot alike. They have a ton of similarities. To be honest, I think it is very minute things that separate these two sheep. A different guy on a different day, I think, switches these around, and to be honest, depending on how you justify it, both of these sheep put a lot of good together. I don't think either one of these sheep really have a big hole for me. Again, it's personal preference. What's different about the sheep that wins this class versus the one in second? Where this one's better is kind of what we've been talking about all day. This one is much more attractive from his right here at the top of his shoulder blade to right here at the bottom of his chest floor. He is shorter in the top of his shoulder blade to the bottom of his shoulder blade. What does Bill significantly more? That gives him a more attractive look from the side. It makes him look like he's got an inch longer neck, an inch skinnier neck than the sheep in second. Now, you study him back from there, that one's got a Mondo big rib, that one's got plenty of good handling quality, he's good in his hip line, he's wide in his pin spread, he's got plenty of stifle, that one's got plenty of goods going on down low in terms of bone and that extra fuzz. To be totally honest again, that's the separation between the sheep. That's the shorter bladed, shallower chested one that's more attractive to his front 1/3. I think they're really pretty equal when we study him beyond that. That's what separates the two. Really nice sheep to win this particular class. Again, not taking anything away from this sheep in second because I actually do prefer him in one or two areas versus our class winner. Again, you study this sheep versus any other sheep we've seen today. That one is not deep chested, that one is not long bladed. Unfortunately for him, in this particular class, he is deeper chested and long bladed in the class winner. Let's get over that and stop talking about the good in a sheep that has a skin, his hair, he's crispier and fresher in terms of his muscle technique. This one's just a skosh too moderate. If that sheep was a ½ inch longer in terms of his neck, a ½ inch shorter in terms of his shoulder blade, this one wins for one. Again, unfortunately, I think as we progress to the future, that one stays neater looking. Again, this is one of the best sheep that we've seen today. A different guy on a different day, I think, flip those two around. That's a heck of a nice sheep to stand in second. That's, again, taking nothing away from the sheep in third. This is a really nice sheep. He's the flattest in his rib cage. He's the narrowest in his pin set. For me, again, that one just needs to be a little bit chunkier. That one needs to have a little bit more boldness and robustness to his rib cage. But that's a good-looking, long, level sheep that's good built. He just doesn't have the horsepower to compete with those two in front of him. But all of them around the applause.
First place, London Castile. Second place, Brooklyn Castile. Third place, Elizabeth Witt. We need all of our first place winners to report back to the show ring for our final drive. We have Izetta Bierbauer, Kroger, Carolee Fultz, Maylee Hayes, Cameron Hayes, and London Castile. We need all of our second place winners on deck. At the conclusion of the Market Land Show, please clean up after your animals and yourself, and please report to the back of the podium. If you do not sign out, then you just had a great opportunity to hang out with us today, and it will not count for you. So please, please, please come sign out. We will have a 5-minute quick intermission between the goat showmanship and this show to take pictures of the backdrop of our winners today with the judge, and we will roll right into the goat show. Also, anybody feeling led to help us clean up at the conclusion of the goat show, please just hang around and we will find something for all of you to do.
About the sheep too much. I think I've already made it pretty clear which ones I like. I do hope that you all from the outside of the ring can follow what I was trying to do today. Everything starts with skeleton. We're talking prospect sheep. If they're not good at the ground, if they're not good in terms of their skeleton, their rib cage, their hip, the things that we can't change structurally, there's not a lot that you can do going forward. You start with a good skeleton, you go from there. I think all of these sheep do that pretty darn well. I think if you look at cookie cutter livestock, I think good ones come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes. I think that is also represented out here. Not all these sheep are identically the same. I think the one communal quality, if you will, is just quality, and in and of that. They're all good in the final drive. Congratulations, you've done a fantastic job. If you're not standing out here, or if you're not going to get pulled back in, again, don't hang your head like Scotty said earlier. It's just one guy's opinion, just one idiot from Pennsylvania standing out here right now. You're going to show to a bunch of other idiots for the rest of your you got a long time to fix the problems. You got many more years to keep going. So don't hang your head too low. I will say, if it puts a little fire in your belly, if you're upset that you were third, fourth, fifth, whatever, sixth, 10th in class, that's good. I think there's no point in coming out here and doing this thing if you're not line. Some of us get pushed further ahead than others, whether it be financials or time or sports or extracurriculars. It is what it is. But again, that's no different than life. Everyone starts at a different starting point. So if you're not where you're at, or you're not where you want to be, work hard to guide you to get where you want to. I promise you that all these kids that have won showmanship and are out here with these nice animals in the final drives all day, they're willing to help. So if you're not, again, not where you want to be today, talk to these kids out here, and I would hope everybody who's standing out here or that got a banner today is to be. That's your job as youth in this livestock industry. That's the whole point of this. Get the banners and show them great champions. It's fun. I promise you, when you're all through it, those things get shoved in a tote and thrown in the attic. I got a boatload of them. I couldn't tell you what I won where. What I can tell you is I'm doing. I think it's incredibly important. I don't think you can do a better thing for your kids to get them involved in 4-H and FFA. So thank you, kids. Make sure you thank your parents. That's self-explanatory. It takes a ton of money and a ton of time to get you guys out here. In case you don't know that, feed's not cheap, animals aren't cheap. They're making a substantial investment in you. So I ask that you put equal back into your projects. Again, this is not a project where you take it home and you throw feed twice a day, and then a week before the county fair you get them out and start working with it. That defeats the whole purpose of it. It is day in and day out. This is your full in your school and your other sports and extracurricular activities. This is the focus. If that's not what we're doing, let's pick something else because we're not getting the full thing out of it. So make sure your parents get their money's worth and you're respecting them by putting the time into the projects. That's evident with these kids out here. I promise I would be brief. That was not brief at all. Thank you for the time. I'll go show you this. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Your grand champion Market Land goes to London Castile, and back in is second place, Brooklyn Castile into her place. Your reserve champion goes to Brooklyn Castile. That concludes our Market Lamb show. Thank you to all the participants and families. And we will roll right into goat showmanship. So senior goat showman, you need to be coming to the staging area in the back. If we could get our ringmaster, let's give our ringmaster Jimmy Peasley a hand. He's done a fabulous job keeping everything in the ring all situated today. He's going to hose it down so we're not licking dust off our lips. To all of our volunteers. Without the volunteers, none of this is possible. So thank you for coming, and we're going to start our goat show here very soon. We will go ahead and call our goat showman to the staging area. Our senior division that needs to come out here in the back is Kirsten Reese, Kesa Gross, Hannah Wolf, Callie Simmons, Mallory Mazza, and Ella Johnson. Then we will need our intermediate division. That would be Brody McCleary, Ava Simmons, Landon Uphold, Wallace Gross, Lane Clark, Bristol Bolliard, Aubrey Welch, and Paisley. We also have one junior division, Olivia Simmons, Olivia Dixon, Jace Strasser, Taylor Dumeyer, Faith Schaefer, and Arlie Gross. Found up in the field lane. If you are missing your pocket knife, it's one that takes the blade that you can replace. If you can identify it, it will be yours.
Watch out, his head might reach over there. I'll just go down and get it and I'll be back.
What's the plan with the home?
All right, we're going to go ahead and get rolling with our goat showmanship. Our day is shortchange these goat kids. They put in just as much hard work and time as everyone else, and they're our smallest in numbers, so we're going to go ahead and start off with our senior division goat showmanship. We have one class in each division, and so this in the ring, you'll pick your senior champion showman out of it. And that goes the same for intermediate and junior, just one class. So entering the ring, we need Kirsten Reese, Case Rose, Hannah Wolf, Hallie Simmons, Jada Collins, Mallory Mazza, and Ella Johnson. On deck, we need our intermediate division: Brody McCleary, Ava Simmons, Landon Uphold, Wallace Gross, Lane Clark, Bristol Bolliard, Aubrey Welch, and Paisley Kidwell. In the staging area, we will need our junior division: Olivia Simmons, Olivia Dixon, Jace Strasser, Taylor Dumeyer, Faith Schaefer, and Arlie Gross.
Walk one more time. Right back up there.
Nice class of senior showing here. Again, in this older age range, I think we look for some of the extras, and I think the young lady that wins this particular drive, again, does so fairly. When you say what I'm looking for in terms of a goat show, and I think she really paints a pretty darn good picture. Study her right there from the side. She's got her pressure in the right point of that goat's chest. That goat's driving uphill. He's level and put together in his top line. His neck is good in relation to where his shoulder blade is. She's calm her posture and her mannerisms. Again, she's not getting out of place. She's not rushing. Calm, cool, collected, but speedy. Again, she's always got that thing square. That's great. Intensity's great. Again, fairly easy class winner in my opinion for the senior drive here. Young lady coming out in second, I think honestly when we get these things stuck, it's really even. I don't think she really does too much better of a job when we get them stuck. Unfortunately, that thing just didn't want to walk pretty good all the way. I think as we go throughout the summer halter or the chain, that thing walks better and gets a lot closer between 1 and 2. But as you guys can see from the outside looking in, this is the picture we're trying to paint from the side. We're trying to get push and brace out of these skulls to make it appear as if they drive uphill and they're level across their top line. It's a big thing for me in these drives. To be honest, she was the third most consistent. In terms of walking around the ring, she really did probably as good or close to as good a job as anyone in the class, maybe with the exception of our class winner. Again, she knew where she was going. She was confident that goat responds well to her like we do from here on out in the class. I would prefer them to be square and planted in place like this young lady's goat is. That's why she stands in third today in this particular drive, because that goat is squares when we get them put there. She does just as good of a job as anybody else getting that thing moved throughout the ring. Now, if we want to be critical, I would like to have a little bit more push and a little bit more brace. But again, movement, squareness, we got those down. Young lady in the blue flag coming out next, again, does a really nice job with that goat. I think just being more consistent about getting that thing feet square at the ground is what we need to do to move you up further. Again, moving around is good. You guys, to be totally honest with you, breathe around out the class. It's really the same, wrapping around ourselves to the front of the body to get a little bit more push, a little bit more brace, like our 2 class winners. But again, I think the fundamentals are good. You're all good in terms of eye contact, getting those goats to move. Need more push and more drive of it. So, nice senior class, let's give them a round of applause.
Your senior champion showman is Hallie Simmons. Senior reserve champion, Hannah Wolf. Third place, Kristen Reese. Fourth place, Mallory Mazza. Kesa Gross. Seventh place, Jada Collins. Entering the show ring, we need our intermediate division. Brody Vanden Upholt, Wallace Gross, Lane Clark, Bristol Bolyard, Aubrey Welch, and Paisley Kidwell. On deck, we need Olivia Simmons, Olivia Dixon, Jace Strasser, Taylor Dumeyer, Faith Schaefer, and Arlie Gross. At the conclusion of our showmanship, we will roll right into our classes for market. Our class 1 that needs to be on deck would be Olivia Simmons, Hallie Simmons, Landon Uphold, Hannah Wolf, Ella Johnson, Jada Collins, Kesa Gross, and Paisley Kidwell. We need Haley Roy and Landon Upholt to please come to the podium at the back of the show ring.
Nice class of intermediate showmanship here. Again, I've been talking consistency all day. I think this young man in the particular class, just based upon that. He's the one who puts the most good together. That one gets out on the halter or the chain and leads. When he gets that thing stuck, and that goes fidgets the least. That's the one that's always driving uphill. That's the one that's got, excuse me, his feet square to the ground at all times. Are there things I'd like to critique here or there? Yeah, I think there's some minor things I'd like to change in terms of your body positioning and posture to make it seem a little bit more comfortable for you. But again, at the end of the day, that goat walks the best, that goat races the best. He does it the most consistently, he wins this particular drive. Young lady that's coming out in 2, you do just as good of a job, if not better, when that doe decides to work for you. Unfortunately, she did too much right now. She danced around on you too much. As we go throughout the summer, you get more time with her. I think she becomes more consistent. I think you win that class if she dances around on you just a little bit less than anybody else. I don't think that doe took one proper step throughout the ring today. I know it's early on. We're old enough at this stage of the game. We have to be able to walk. If we didn't have to walk, and you'd won this particular division again, she's got to be able to walk a little bit better. In terms of racing, you got that part down. Get her on a little bit funny, so you have to work a lot harder, to be totally honest, than the 3 people in front of you. When you do get that thing, got some skeletal issues that are really hard to show out. And I know we're not talking about quality of animals and showmanship. The better your animal is, the easier it is to show just because they look better in general. You have to work really hard. Unfortunately, he becomes too fidgety on you sometimes, and it makes him overextended. When you get that thing gathered up and raced, again, you're as good, if not the best showman in this particular drive. Unfortunately, too many times he gives you that bad look washing out in his spine, over driving, over pushing, getting a little bit too long. I think, again, we fixed that problem. So overall intangibles for me, we just need more drive out of him. You don't get hardly any grace. I just need more push and more drive. And again, in particular for a bigger animal that's conditioned, the harder you get that thing to brace, the better his handle is going to feel, the less fat he's going to appear. Pretty to round out the class, it's mostly a pressure thing for me. We need more brace, we need more contact.
And Lane Clark. Intermediate Reserve Champion, Ava Simmons. 3rd place, Landon Uphold. 4th place, Aubrey Welch. 5th place, Brenda McCleary. 6th place, Bristol Bolliard. 7th place, Paisley Kidwell. 8th place, Wallace Gross. Entering the ring now, we need your junior division. Olivia Simmons, Olivia Dixon, Jace Strasser, Taylor Dumeyer, Faith Schaefer, and Arlie Gross. On deck, we need Class 1 of the market show. That's Olivia Simmons, Hallie Simmons, Landon Uphold, Hannah Wolf, Ella Johnson, Jada Collins, Kesa Gross, and Paisley Kidwell.
Push him out just a little bit and then face that.
together.
Another nice class of showman, and just go from the side when she gets her stuff. And it's really as good as any showman we've seen today. You can pretty kind of describe what I want them to look like. It's just like this. Good pressure in the front end of that goat. That goat's driving uphill. Its neck sits back into its shoulder blade appropriately. You're staying up tall. You're not awkward around the front end. You get that goat to move well on the chain. That was the most consistently square at the ground class winner in my particular opinion. One coming out in second also does a really nice job getting that goat stuck. Unfortunately, yours is a little slower on the draw as compared to our. Your weather wants to just get a little bit lazy on you. He wants to back out of the race, not push into you, drop down in this front end. I think that's a bit more consistent push, and you're right there with the young lady that wins that class. But again, you kept him square, you kept him where he needed to be, just need a little bit more drive. I actually prefer the drive we get out of the young lady in third here as compared to these young men in second. Unfortunately, for you, just like a couple of classes earlier, we got a great drive, but we've got no walking behind it. We've got to get this goat to walk on the chain. I think you can get this thing to walk on the halter or chain, whatever you like to use. You would like to adjust your body positioning maybe ever so slightly. Standing up just a little bit taller, make you seem a little bit more comfortable. Again, let's get nitpicky. Get that goat to walk. I think you move up one spot, at least in this particular class. One coming out next, again, maybe not the easiest, again, showmanship, goat body positioning thing. Get you around the front end of that goat, get a little bit more push out of that thing, just being a little bit more consistent. You're really right there with the top end of the class. Until we round out with, again, it's really a pressure issue for me, just getting around the front end of those goats, getting your knee into them, just getting them to push back into you, I think is the biggest thing. But we kept them square, we kept a good attitude, that's the most important thing this age range. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your junior champion, Chase Strasser. Third place, Olivia Simmons. Fourth place, Taylor Dumeyer. Fifth place, Faith Schaefer. Sixth place, Arlie Gross. That concludes our goat showmanship contest. We will move right along to our market during the ring. Olivia Simmons, Hallie Simmons, Landon Uphold, Hannah Wolf, Ella Johnson, Jada Collins, Kesa Gross, and Paisley Kidwell. We need Class 2 on deck. Mallory Jace Strasser, Olivia Dixon, Faith Schaefer, and Arlie Gross. We need Class 3 to be in the staging area. Kristen Reese, Lane Clark, Wallace Gross, Aubrey Welch, Taylor Dumeyer, and Brody McCleary. We have 3 classes in this goat show. If you're placed first or second, you will need to stay in the staging area for the overall drive.
Nice class winner here. Actually, a nice top pair of show goats here to start off our market goat show. I think it's subtle differences to sort these two. The one that wins this particular class, this is the one that's neater through his front 1/3. This one is significantly rounder and bolder in terms of his rib cage. He's bigger in terms of his pin spread and his pin width in the doe in second. You get your hands on this one. Consequently, being a rounder rib one, bigger pin one, he handles with more authority across his loin edge and up into his forearm and his rack shape than the 1 and 2. I think his legs and feet point in the right directions. I think he's sounder in terms of how he gets out and moves in comparison to the doe in second. Again, just a stouter, rounder, more robust one of the pair of goats to lead off this class with. I think that's a pretty solid one to go and win this particular try. Still coming out in second. That's to take nothing away from her. That one's a really nice one. She paints you a nice picture from the me. She is a little bit droopier and lower at the point of her shoulder blade. She's a little bit narrow in terms of her pin set. She actually does give a little bit of genuine bone in terms of mass width in comparison to the class winner. She is actually a little bit frailer in terms of bone work. I understand she's got a little bit bigger rib to compete with the class winner. She's long, lean, athletic, neat, cool looking one. Just not stout enough for me today. One coming out next maybe does have the added advantage in terms of rib shape and robustness in comparison to the one that stands in two. Unfortunately for me, he is shorter in terms of his hip set in comparison to the one in front of him. He wants to drop off and pin to his tail head there ever so slightly. Again, he's just a little bit more pinched in terms of his hip-bone junction. He just doesn't quite give you that. But again, fundamentally, skeletally, that's a good one. He just needs more wow factor to me to compete with the two in front of him. But a really nice project goat there to stay in third. This one's kind of a problem goat for me. Obviously, this is the lightest condition goat in this particular drive here. This one doesn't have a lot of substance to him right now. But I think you get off to the side, you just study that one in terms of skeletal quality. You look at this one, compare the ones down the line. That one is the tallest in the shoulder blade. That one's the levelest across the top line. That was the most appropriate in the way to take to a ring. So, for me, again, that one doesn't have near enough power or near enough rib shape to compete with the ones in front of them. Again, skeletally, that's a really nice goat. That's an easy, needs more punch, he needs more power. One coming out next. Again, nice, easy feeding type of dough. That one needs to be level across the top line. She needs to have more substance and bone work down low. As we move to the three that round out the class with similar problems, and it's mostly structure for me. We're either pushing a hawk or weak in a pasture, a little bit weak in terms of that spine, and we just don't have quite the good project goats. These are good feeding goats. They just don't have that show goat look, that show goat wow in terms of painting that really level, pretty picture from the side with that extra shot of power.
Goes to Callie Simmons. Second place, Landon Upholt. Both of you will be coming back for the final drive. Third place, Hannah Wolf. Fourth place, Olivia Simmons. Fifth place, Paisley Kidwell. Eighth place, Casey Gross. Entering the ring, we need Class 2. Mallory Mazza, Bristol Bolliard, Ava Simmons, Jace Strasser, Olivia Dixon, Faith Schaefer, and Arlie Gross. We need Clark, Wallace Rose, Aubrey Welch, Taylor Dumeyer, and Brody McCleary.
Bring him out a little bit, please. class, very logical class winner here in my opinion, with the light sandy colored doe kid here standing directly in front of me. Again, what are the show goat pieces? Again, they need to be elevated and extended to the front 1/3. She checks that box. They need to be round and robust in the rib cage. She checks that box. Do they have enough muscle shape over the top side of the skeleton? She checks that box. So again, I think just putting good together in the whole, this one does it. By far the best bulls in here as far as that goes. Because again, I think she pretty easily is the best one in this particular trial. The all red way they're coming out next year was kind of more of a problem child for me. Where do you put them? I don't know. If you want to mix up this next trio, really any sort of which way you want to do it, I probably wouldn't have too many problems with it. To me, out of this next trio, this is the biggest ribbed one. This is the one that offers the most spread and shape up high to below. Where do we fix them? That one still needs to be bigger in his pin set. That one needs to be wider down low. That one needs to be more round in terms of his rib cage. But again, overall mass and power, I think he's the second best in this particular class. Doe coming out next actually maybe does offer a little bit more loin edge, just a little bit more freshness across her top line. For me, she's a little flatter in her rib cage. She's a little lower at the point of her shoulder blade than the weather right in front of her. I think if we fix her there, she potentially moves up a spot or two. One coming out next paints a better picture potentially than the two in front of her. Unfortunately for me, she's just way too narrow and restricted in her rib cage. That one's too narrow in her forehead. But the upper portion of her rib cage there, if we made her rounder and more robust, I think you'd bump up a couple of spots. Unfortunately, she's the flattest, bigger legs and a bigger rib cage to go up any higher for me. Still good build, good looking one, just not stout enough. Red doe coming out next, same type of story for that one. She's too frail at the ground. She's too skinny and flat across the rib cage. That one paints you a good picture from the side. She's long, skinny neck. She's extended. Same thing can be said for the two that round out the class. They're nice goats. They look good from the side. They're going to be easy feeding ones. They just don't have that big, massive, round rib cage. They don't have that big old caboose on them like the ones in front of them do. But again, two nice project goats there. Let's congratulate the class.
Place, Olivia Dixon. Second place, Jace Strasser. Third place, Faith Schaefer. Fourth place, Ava Simmons. Fifth place, Bristol Bolliard. Sixth place, Mallory Mazza. Seventh place, Arlie Gross. Kirsten Reese, Lane Clark, Wallace Gross, Aubrey Welch, Taylor Dumeyer, and Brody McCleary. We need to have our first place winners on deck. That's Hallie Simmons and Olivia Dixon. And are also in the staging area, Landon Uphold and Jace Strasser. This is your last call. If you are wanting anything from the concession stand, they're going to begin cleaning up and tearing down. Also, at the conclusion of the goat show, after you have cleaned up after your wonderful little goats and gotten rid of all of your trash and hay and manure and all the things fun that goes with goat shows, you can come sign out at the back of the podium. And if you are a market steer, hog, or lamb showman and you have watched the goat show, you can sign the back of the sheet to earn merit points.
Another nice class here. Again, I think as they get bigger, there tends to be a little bit more give and take. Although I do feel like, again, the pink-blooded weather here is a fairly handily class winner in this particular drive. Again, just putting the most good together. That one's the roundest in his rib cage. That was the biggest in his pin set. That one travels with the most authority out here in the ring in terms of being the stoutest one in terms of his feature at the ground. I think you get your hands on that one. To be honest, for a goat this big, I'd like that one to be fuller and more abrupt in terms of his loin edge. His conditioning, overall stoutness, and rib cage, that one has to win this particular class. One coming out next does appear like his rib cage is comparable in terms of circumference of this paint-blooded weather. Unfortunately, he's pushing way too much body condition for me right now, in particular this early on in the summer. That guy, we just need to manage that guy in terms of fat as we go throughout the summer. He's a big goat, he's a stout goat. Long way to go to get to September. But again, I think truth to the separation, the one that wins the class is stouter and rounder in his rib cage, the surface to match how much power he's got up high. But again, big, good stout goat, a little heavy in terms of body condition for me on this particular today. Probably the most appropriate. When you actually get your hands on this one and touch this with loin, that's how they should feel. Really square and abrupt in his edge, really hydrated and bouncy in terms of that texture. Unfortunately, we study this one's skeleton, that's where he falls apart. He's the worst out of the backside of his shoulder blade. You get up to the side of him, Ryan. I'd like to correct him there. Make him leveler across his top line. I think that in front of him, I just can't deal with that big swoop behind the shoulder. One coming out next has the added advantage there, no doubt. That one's better in the way it ties its neck into his shoulder blade. It's more level out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Consequently, that one is significantly flatter in his rib cage, significantly more restricted in there. It's a good built one, good looking one. He's not stout enough or powerful enough for me, but again, a good built one. Goat kid that comes to the center portion of her body. She's got enough power up high. Unfortunately for me, being that she is a doe and she's getting a little bit broody, she's just a little bit plainer to look at. You study her front end, her neck extension, and shallowness of chest floor in comparison to the ones in the front. She's a little lower fronted, a little plainer and chubby. Stout, good, productive looking doe. Maybe not quite those wild market pieces that we would like to see out here in the market show.
First place in calf class 3 is Aubrey Welch. Second place, Brody McTaylor Dumeyer. Fourth place, Layton Clark. Fifth place, Kirsten Reese. Sixth place, Wallace Gross. We now need all of our first place winners to come back to the show ring. First, out of class 1, Hallie Simmons. Class 2, Olivia Dixon. Class 3, Aubrey Welch. We need our Just a reminder to all of our junior membership, we have a livestock meeting on Thursday.
I think I'm really happy with the 3 that we have out here for our market goat drive here. Again, I think similar to the sheep show, you got 3 of these out here, and they do follow a certain type and a kind. I think skeleton, they're all pretty close to where we need to be. I think all of them are adequate in terms of their muscle, and again, just in terms of their scale to build. I mean, we're not showing the Louisville here. I don't think we need to have all the ESTs and all of the extras, but as much of those ESTs and extras as we can put into these animals while still keeping them good in terms of their skeleton is really what we're after. I do think there's one that stands out pretty well for me to win. I have to drop in a second to reevaluate that one in comparison to some of these others. But just as I'm not lying about it, I appreciate the opportunity to come out here and sort. Thank you to all the staff that run the show for letting me and Scotty come out here. This is honestly, I don't know how long we've been doing this, Scotty. A long time we've been judging shows, and I think this is maybe the second time that we got to do one together. So it's a really good time, and to be totally honest, at the end of the day, that's what's most important is the relationships that you make doing this. Scotty and I got to be best friends doing this, ended up going to college together, living together at college. So to be honest, if you're in the ring right now or you're standing back in the barns listening, you likely will make your very best friends right whatever states you go to. So that's truthfully the most important thing. Let's concentrate on why we do this, to build a responsibility, to build good young people. We can win some shows and stack some banners. That's great on top of it. So again, kids, make sure you're thanking your parents. It's expensive, it's time consuming, it's a pain in the butt. They can have a boat and be on the lake probably every weekend during the summer versus having these hay burning livestock things. So again, it's very expensive. Parents, I thank you for doing what you're now that I'm paying all my own bills and raising my own goats. It sucks. So the fact that you guys don't have to flood all these bills would be very grateful. But again, thank you guys for having the opportunity. I'll show you the one that I like the best. We'll drop in a second for reserve. But let's congratulate everyone. Thank you, show staff again.
Hallie Simmons is your champion. We need to have Landon Uphold back in the ring. The reserve champion goes to Olivia Dixon. I need to remind everyone in reserve we need to get backdrop pictures with the judge, showmanship pictures with the judge if you haven't already done so. That concludes our Market Go show. Thank you to everyone that came out, especially those who volunteered today. Without our volunteers, just thank you to parents and everybody involved. And traveling mercies for everyone as we get cleaned up and head home today. Thank you. Market Goat exhibitors, sign out.